We have the crew from WKYT with us now. Hi, everybody. We're simulcasting on the CW as well. New tornado warning just coming into play. This is in effect in the northeastern parts of Kentucky, and it includes the Cave Run Lake area. Tornado warning goes for Owingsville, a small part of Montgomery County. This is a cell that we have been tracking here in the office for some time. It had a hook with it coming out of northeastern parts of Fayette County into Bourbon County. And now that it is making its way north of Mount Sterling toward Owingsville, that new tornado warning is out for this area. It goes until 10:30. Bath, Fleming, Montgomery, and Rowan counties. This is encompassed by, or encased, I should say, with a severe thunderstorm warning that is out for a number of counties around this. Now, we can stop this and go inside this particular thunderstorm to show where that rotation is. It is between the Sharpsburg area of Bath County and Owingsville, just to the north of Interstate 64. And there it is. This is a very pronounced signature for spin in the atmosphere. So the possibility is certainly there now along 60 coming out of Owingsville. Folks in Reynoldsville, Sharpsburg, this is just to the south, but it's going to take aim at the Owingsville area, and from there going to slide to the east towards Salt Lick, the Olympia area, Preston, here into parts of Bath County, and eventually we'll get into western parts of Rowan County. So folks living around the Lakeview Heights area, Rowan County, Farmers, Sharkey area, keep an eye on this. It is just to your west, but indeed we're looking at this rotation right here. Winds in the green are going in one direction. Winds in the red are going in the opposite direction. You see those two butted up against one another like what you see here, and the brighter the colors showing, the faster the wind speed. So you get the brighter colors together like that, you've got some pretty good rotation, and that is right on top of the Montgomery and Bath County line, rolling its way toward Owingsville and Reynoldsville, and folks living along 60 down toward Interstate 64 within a few miles of that. That is a possible tornado that is making its way out of northeastern Montgomery County into Owingsville, into the Reynoldsville area, and eventually going to make its way towards Salt Lick, the Cave Run Lake area, and western parts of Rowan County. That is one of many clusters of thunderstorms we're tracking. I see a new severe thunderstorm warning has just popped in with this cell coming out of Madison County, where we did not have a warning. Probably should have had a warning with this in Madison County. That's controlled by a different Weather Service office, but the one in Jackson now takes control as those storms move out of Madison County. So a severe thunderstorm warning, Estill, Jackson, Lee, Menifee, into Powell and Wolf. That goes until 10:30 as well. Damaging winds are likely with all the storms that are out there. That's going to be the calling card for these thunderstorms. Likewise with baseball-sized hail. Look at the lightning with that cell, and they still have not extended that warning into Adair County. So we have a bunch of warnings that are out across central and eastern Kentucky as of right now, including that tornado warning around Moorhead. Got a tornado warning just to the west of E-Town into Hardin County, in that small part of Adair County along the Cumberland Parkway, and that is one that is making its way toward the east. But of immediate concern continues to be the Bath County setup here. That storm is now pretty much out of Montgomery County, heading into Owingsville, the Reynoldsville area. This is Moorhead, campus of Moorhead State University. Kiddos, summertime, obviously now we're in between. I don't think summer one has started there yet, but we are dealing with the potential for damaging winds and a possible tornado right on top of 60 and 64 and making its way from west to east. These storms are moving very, very quickly, and that rotation is just about to Owingsville. So if you are in Owingsville, you need to be in your safe shelter right now. And if you're farther to the east, if you're watching us into Salt Lick, into western parts of Rowan County, you got just a little more leeway time to find that safe shelter. And safe shelter going to be a basement. If you got a basement, get to it. If you don't have a basement, the idea is to get to the lowest floor possible, put as many walls between where you are and the outside as is possible. That is the maximum protection. It is to get to the center part of the lowest level of your home, business, wherever you're at in a setup like this. You get low and you put as many walls between yourself and the outside. That gives you the maximum protection. Mobile homes, we get out of those immediately. If you got a neighbor with a brick home just down the road, you know what? You can get there safely. Go knock on the door. Say, hey, can we come in for just a minute? Take shelter for a little bit. Above all else, the one thing that we preach to every kiddo when we go to schools, Jim, and Jim Caldwell's with me now, is to protect your head. That is very, very important. And I do believe, Jim, I'm seeing a new tornado warning popping in out of Russell County and southern parts of Adair County as well. So let's get that one called up for the folks here. There you go. All right, everything in yellow, severe thunderstorm warnings. Everything in red, tornado warnings. Tornado warning into Bath County and part of Rowan County, and now a newly issued tornado warning that is with that same cell coming out of southern parts of Adair County. Columbia is not included in this. Russell Springs, Jamestown, and right on top of Lake Cumberland, that 127 corridor about to get really active. This is going to go until 9:45. That's Central Time. That'll be obviously 10:45 for our time in the Eastern time zone. But this is for a likely tornado. This is a supercell. If you are watching us tonight at 5 o'clock through 6 o'clock, this was the same tornadic supercell thunderstorm that I started tracking in Missouri, and every step of the way, and this is to Lake Cumberland now, it has had a continuous tornado warning with it. You're talking about 5 and 6 hours of a continuous supercell thunderstorm that has traveled hundreds of miles, potentially putting down a tornado.
Oh, wow.
And whoo, south of Columbia, look at this. You want to talk about the bright colors? You just heard me talk about the brighter the colors, the better the setup is for a tornado. Jim, we've done this for a little while. That's one of the best signatures you're going to find, isn't it? It is just to the south of Columbia here into Adair County. This is the Cumberland Parkway and the Glens Fork area and points to the east. So if you're in Russell County, you got about 5 minutes to seek that safe shelter immediately and get to it. So that is a tornado, likely tornado, and the signature on this, it lost it for a hot minute there about 30 minutes or so ago. Then it flexed again, and that's kind of what happens with some of these supercell thunderstorms. They will relax a little bit, then they get into a better environment where they can really take advantage of everything. And what is interesting to note with this storm, Jim, it has been on the southern edge of all of the thunderstorms we've been tracking. So the inflow into this from the south, it is just nothing is impeding it, and nothing is taking energy away from this thing. So that's why this is likely producing a tornado and is the strongest of the bunch right now, buddy.
It goes untouched. You're right. I mean, it's just out on its own, and it's going to continue to feed and continue to work in that easterly direction. But that right there, that is a stout look indicating some good rotation embedded within that right there, that storm that's barreling toward Glens Fork right now, Chris.
Yeah, this is Adair County, Cumberland Parkway. Right here is when you get into Russell County. Technically, Adair County is not in the WKYT service area and just got a new sweep that went by. Whew, man, I mean, the gate-to-gate on this is pretty tremendous. If this is not producing a tornado, I will be surprised. Here is Russell Springs on the leading edge of where we're looking at right now. So if you're in Russell Springs and Jamestown, you need to be in that storm shelter immediately. We continue to track also a possible tornado into Bath County that is heading toward the Moorhead area, the Cave Run Lake area, folks around Olympia and downtown Owingsville. That is just about upon you. So it is everything we feared is trying to come together now here at the late evening hour. This is one of those setups where it's multiple rounds of severe weather, multiple waves of potential tornadoes and damaging winds. So we're back to this cell that is now on top of essentially Cave Run Lake and just to the west of that toward Owingsville. We'll look inside this again, Jim, and hopefully we're seeing the rotation with this coming down just a smidge. It's still there. It is right on top of Owingsville. So if we're getting a tornado out of this storm, it's right on top of 60 here near Owingsville. 60 and 64 very close together right here. That would be sweeping its way towards Salt Lick and eventually into the western part of Rowan County. So Rowan County, you still have a few more minutes to kind of gather yourselves and get to your storm shelter. If you're in Owingsville, yeah, the clock has expired on that time, because what is spinning on top of us may very well be producing a tornado. If not, chances are you're getting in on winds that may be up there around 60 miles an hour. And there's almost a little bit of an inflow notch you can kind of see on this particular cell. That's the cell that Jim, we were looking at, 20, 30 minutes ago coming out of eastern Fayette County, and we said,
rotation.
That thing had a little hook on it.
It sure did.
It picked it up right on the Fayette-Bourbon County line, didn't it?
It did, and now we can see that there was already rotation in it, but now it's enough to convince them that to issue the warning. So that's been out there for a little while spinning. So if we see reports along this path that come out before this location, it wouldn't shock me at all that we get some damage along the way, because it could have certainly been doing that a little bit earlier as well. But right there, as he said, on top of Owingsville, moving that way, and continues along 60 and 64 as they run basically parallel through that area. And the spin is still there and then racing eastward. I mean, all of these storms have been moving fast today, Chris, and this one is as well. And I'm just talking about the forward motion. Yeah,
absolutely. So if you're in Salt Lick and Olympia, this is essentially right on top of you now and into the western section of Rowan County. Moorhead over toward Farmers, the Sharkey area. That's the exit right there on 64. Farmer Sharkey exit. I know we got a camera there, I believe, Jim, that we may be able to take and see if we can just see anything from that. Right on top of the interstate, the Moorhead cam there is, I believe, looking toward this particular storm. It's aimed, if memory serves well, they've got it flipped around. I think now we're looking toward the eastbound lane toward Moorhead. So this is the interstate here, and that is looking toward Moorhead. And sometimes they have this thing pointed in the other direction, looking toward the westbound. But I see now, yeah, we're looking toward Moorhead as opposed to looking toward Owingsville, which is where this possible tornado would be coming from. So to kind of reset everything, and I see they've added a new tornado warning with this second line, Jim, back here to the south of E-Town. Looks like down into parts of Hart County, southern sections of Hardin County as well. So we've got the severe thunderstorms into northeastern Kentucky, the tornado warning now into Bath County, Rowan County, a host of counties with severe thunderstorm warnings into the Bluegrass region, and that tornado warning that is out for folks into Russell County and a part of Adair County, and then another line of severe weather and possible tornadoes. This was the fear we had, is that you were going to get these multiple waves of severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes. So we're going to keep you up to date on all of these right on through the overnight until the storms are gone. And that's just kind of what we do. So up close now on this storm, the overall intensity of this storm, Jim, just based on the radar, is coming down just a little bit. It doesn't look quite as active. I know it's a little smaller in size. That rotation is still right about in here. It may be a little broader than what we were looking at 5 minutes ago or so when this thing was just to the west of Owingsville. That is essentially rolling eastbound along Interstate 64 and is soon to cross into western parts of Rowan County. So if you're watching us into Moorhead right now, and I know we got a lot of folks who are watching and probably in those shelters, you know what? We're streaming. Pull us up on the WKYT app, turn the TV up in the other room and hit your shelter and just listen for what we're telling you guys. And we'll give you the all clear. And we'll yell it to you if we have to, just to keep you guys safe. But yeah, the worst of this is right on top of Salt Lick as of now and rolling its way through. And looking at this and knowing the calling card of these storms too, Jim, large hail has been a big issue. We've had baseball-size hail into western Kentucky with these similar thunderstorms today.
They have certainly been showing that. You're absolutely right. I'm just going through some changes here. I'm just looking at different levels of the atmosphere, Chris. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So bouncing around a little bit to see that spin, see that hook, if we can find it, because certainly it's been indicated in that area. But that's what we got. And again, we've been watching these all day long, trying to develop. Now they're developing, and then you've got this one that could be producing a tornado as it rolls along there through Bath County, my friend.
And it is part of that first line of severe thunderstorms in what is a faceted event in terms of different lines, different threats, large hail, damaging winds. Even if you don't get a tornado, you can get winds up to hurricane force strength. You know, we always talk about protecting your head. And I said earlier, we go to schools, we talk about this. If you've been watching us in tornado events of years past, and a lot of you have, you know the thing we always say to you is to protect your head. Doesn't matter if it is just an old hard hat like what we have here, if it is an old football helmet, an old baseball helmet, softball helmet, or what you're more than likely to have, a bicycle helmet. Especially the kiddos. You know what? Put it on. Kiddos, we don't care how we look. Let's put it on right now, because most injuries from high winds or tornadoes, they happen when debris is flying around and hits us in the old noggin. All right, kids? So let's cover our heads, whatever we do. Think about it when you guys are doing your tornado drills at school. You go out there, you get in the hallway of the school, your safe spot in school. What do? You cover your head, don't you? We're going to do that same thing at home, and we're going to get through this. So there you go with what is going on into northeastern Kentucky, Jim, with this tornado warning. Let's go down the line a little bit. I want to see what that storm in Estill County is looking like, if we're seeing any kind of rotation with that as well, or into maybe Clay County. And I see that kind of, when you just pulled this radar view up and I looked at it, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, okay, man, this is exactly what our future radar said the radar would look like tonight, with these little bows in there. So what we're dealing with here, as Jim is looking inside this, you notice we're not seeing the bright colors that are with gate-to-gate shear, or what we're looking at next to one another. So instead, when you're not seeing that, Jim, but you're seeing a orientation of the storms like this, what's that telling us?
Strong straight line winds.
Straight line winds, exactly right. And that is a little bow that is developing here. Clay City, Stanton, down the Mountain Parkway. If you're watching us toward the Natural Bridge State Resort Park area, folks here in the Campton, Beattyville, northern parts of Jackson County, and that goes back into Berea. This is the difference in National Weather Service offices. Same line of thunderstorms. One part of this belongs to the National Weather Service in Jackson, where you have a warning. The other part of this is in counties from the National Weather Service in Louisville, where you don't have a warning. That's where we like to see much better coordination. We'd like to get everybody on the same page with these. There's your tornado warning. Let's go back and look at this, because this now, Jim, looks like it is just about out of Adair County and into parts of Russell County. This has had the signature of all signatures for the day. This has been a supercell thunderstorm that we have been tracking since it was in Missouri, and now it is into Russell Springs and Jamestown and right on top of the Cumberland Parkway. And if you're in Russell Springs, Jim, it's going downhill very quickly, because that circulation is right there. And
it's a very tight circulation.
It is.
So that would indicate that if, in fact, this is producing one, it's going to be a decent one as well. And you can see that just rolling right along there, along essentially the Cumberland Parkway, too. But Russell Springs, here it comes, that rotation right for you.
And that second line, let's take a little trip back to the northwest of this toward Interstate 65, because you know what? We're all going to have to contend with this next wave of severe thunderstorms here in the next little bit. It's got warnings essentially, up and down this line from the Louisville Metro all the way just to the northwest of Bowling Green, and a couple of embedded tornado warnings, especially right here, southern parts of Hardin County, into parts of Hart County, the Munfordville area, I believe, and then points to the west from there. And there's a ton of lightning with this. Chances are you're getting in on significant straight line winds with this. And now that this is becoming more linear, or just a solid line, what you got to be on guard for, and these are really, really difficult to pick up on, are little bitty spins within that line to where you can get a quick hitting tornado. These things sometimes, Jim, a radar sweep goes through, you pick up on that little bit of rotation, tornado touches down for a minute or two, and by the time the radar gets back to it, it's gone.
And happens all the time.
Happens all the time, yes. And especially with those lines like that. Now, ahead of it, to draw your attention to this, notice this cell in Russell County, to the south of this. There's nothing down here. Jim, broaden this out. Let's see. Let's go down even into Tennessee to see. Look at this. There is absolutely nothing south of this storm. So it's competing with nothing. It is getting all the energy that is coming into this particular cell. That is why that supercell thunderstorm has maintained its intensity from south central and southeastern parts of Missouri and is scooting its way across Lake Cumberland. And at 6 o'clock tonight, we even called out a number of these counties to say, hey, if this thing holds on, it's going to hit your area before midnight. And there we go. And then the severe thunderstorms to the north of that, and that possible tornado just to the west of Moorhead. And Jim, I see Frankfort, Franklin County, Anderson County, Shelby County, back to Louisville under severe thunderstorm warnings as well, with this second line racing its way on in.
And, you know, the whole time we've been watching these and watching this come together, one of the big threats has been the threat of 70 to 75 mile per hour or higher with straight line winds. And some of these could certainly produce that. There's no doubt about that as we go racing and then moving forward with these. Right now, again, that's headed right toward Frankfort. It'll be there in just a few minutes. I know it's already loud there. You're getting some heavier rain.
Well, we just had, just a little bit ago, 54 mile an hour gust into Madison County with the Kentucky Mesonet site there without a warning.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's the one that Jackson warned on. Louisville should have. 68 mile per hour gusts into western Kentucky into Caldwell County. I'm seeing a new gust to 60 miles an hour in Muhlenberg County with that as well. And Bluegrass Airport, I'm looking gusting up to 30 miles an hour as of right now. But those gusts are coming without a thunderstorm in Lexington. But our light show is ongoing. And Jim, you're looking inside that storm around the Moorhead area, right?
I mean, it's bearing down. It's about to be in the city of Moorhead proper, and there's still some of that general rotation.
Yeah, it may have focused may have jumped just a little to the north right here. So here's Moorhead. We still have that tornado warning. Boy, that's right on top of the interstate. Jim, that's very close to where that camera is. That's very, very close to where our traffic cam is there on the interstate. We could pull that up just to see if we can see anything, because it is aimed toward the east now, and as that storm starts to focus to the east of where that camera is, maybe it'll pick up on the worst of the weather that is heading toward Moorhead and into northern parts of Rowan County toward the Cranston area. Oh, yeah, there you go. Look at the sheets of rain that are blowing with that. Again, the storm is coming from behind the camera, and it is heading toward Moorhead, and we're looking toward Moorhead on that particular camera. So you can see initially when it updates, it's a shot that updates every 30 seconds or so,
right?
A little bit, so it's not a continuous camera, but it gives you an idea of what folks there are dealing with.
You can see on the road the sheets of rain, and then you could see it in waves just on the camera view itself. But certainly getting cranked up out there quite a bit in that area. And don't forget, there's a big old tornado watch out as well, Chris.
Yeah, it goes until 3 in the morning. At one point this evening, every county in Kentucky was under a tornado watch. And this tornado watch that is out into the Lexington metro, Richmond, Georgetown, Frankfort, down into London, Corbin, Somerset, all the way into the mountains of eastern Kentucky and now western West Virginia. This thing goes until 3 in the morning. Most of the storm should be out of eastern Kentucky by that time, so that is certainly welcome news there. The current warnings that we have, still that small little piece of real estate with a tornado warning here into Rowan County and far eastern parts of Bath County, but now we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings going all the way into Morgan County, Magoffin County, Breathitt County, and you can actually look at the warning, the polygon with this, and you can see the bow shape just with the polygon. And that's exactly how the thunderstorm line is showing up, where you're getting that Boeing segment to make its way through. There you go. It's kind of interesting, Jim, how that plays out, isn't it?
But it indicates exactly how it's moving. Absolutely.
Moving right on top of the Mountain Parkway, and winds with this may top 60 to 70 miles an hour. Tornado warnings behind this. I see new warnings that are out into southwestern Kentucky. But and there's the bow with that, without question, zooming very quickly to the east. New tornado warning extended into what is that, northern part of Elliott County. So this is going to look a little weird, and I'll explain why. Rowan County, Elliott County, under the National Weather Service in Jackson. Carter County, including this little area where there's a jump, is under the National Weather Service responsibility out of Charleston, West Virginia. It's hard to explain these types of jumps to people, which is why we just implore sometimes with our weather service offices to talk to one another with these warnings to try to get them to match up, because it makes it really, really difficult to get everybody on the same page in dealing with, hey, this storm isn't just magically going to jump this small part of Carter County.
No, of course not.
No. So that's what we're dealing with. Still got some pretty good spin with it. Right on top of Moorhead now. So you see why the National Weather Service in Jackson extended that warning into eastern Rowan County, goes all the way into Sandy Hook, into Elliott County, the Elliotsville area. Going to deal with this as well. But this is very close, Jim, where we were just, a month or so ago up near the Rowan County High School and middle school, everything, a little complex of everything's right up here. So that's what we are dealing with the worst of the weather. Here's the interstate. Here is downtown Moorhead, the campus of Moorhead State University. 60, there's the Lakeview Heights area we talked about earlier. But if we're getting in on a possible tornado, it would be near the Flemingsburg Road area and rolling its way toward the east. So this would be Moorhead, Christie Creek area, eastern parts of Rowan County. Large hail with this. That's what people often ask sometimes when the radar shows a batch of white, is that snow? What this does is it indicates, it's the radar telling us this is where we're likely getting in on large hail. Golf ball, tennis ball size hail, all a possibility with this storm that is spinning across Rowan County and rolling quickly to the east into Carter County and Elliott County, where we have that new tornado warning that does include the northern part of Elliott County, Jim.
Oh, I'd say, just looking at some of the signatures here off-site, you're probably looking at least certainly quarter-sized hail, but probably larger than that that's embedded within that storm, too. So, I mean, you've got that aspect coming in out of it as well, and it's bearing down on Moorhead proper. But as you said, bulk of the students now gone. We're not into the summer session just yet.
Right.
So at least the population is down as far as that's concerned. But still a dangerous situation with rotation and a possible tornado moving in that area, and then a whole bunch of other warnings. I'm going to drop off to the south of the other tornado warning. And now, too, this is the one that we've been watching for a while.
So, yeah, Pulaski County, you're next.
And I think that'll come any time now. We will end up seeing that. So we're going to peek inside just to see how strong that rotation is. And there it is.
Yeah,
Chris.
it's still
there.
It is still stout. So this is Russell Springs, Cumberland Parkway. This is the Pulaski County line. Now, this is where Louisville is in charge of Russell County and Casey County. Pulaski County goes to the National Weather Service in Jackson. So are they going to continue that tornado warning? I would just about guarantee that gets extended into the Somerset area and western parts of this area of Pulaski County, Jim. I would just about bet that happens at any second, actually.
Yeah, literally any second. You're right, and it just did.
Okay,
As
it
a
did?
matter of fact,
All
yeah,
right,
I was
there we
getting ready
go.
to say it just did. I was looking at 2 or 3 different sources.
All right, we'll
here.
zoom
That's
out
it.
and we'll show that new warning that is out for Pulaski County. So tornado warning, I see that going all the way to Mount Victory. It gets almost to the Laurel County line. There we go. This includes Somerset, gets into northern parts of Wayne County, doesn't quite get into Laurel County, maybe clipping a small part of McCreary County. I think this is more of Pulaski County and just to the north of Mill Springs here into Wayne County. That tornado warning goes until 11:15. Downtown Somerset, we are included in this tornado warning with this storm that is essentially, if you live near the Cumberland Parkway, west of Somerset, it's going to get to you first. And actually, it's been following the Cumberland Parkway now for a little while. So it would be into downtown Somerset in about 15 minutes or so. Now, if you're east of Somerset toward the Mount Victory area, you still got plenty of time to find that safe shelter. And that's what you need to be doing. Somerset, you still have a little bit of time, but you better hustle because that storm is quickly making its way out of Russell County and into the western section of Pulaski County, and this does include downtown Somerset. Forward speed on that, Jim, what?
About 45.
45 miles an hour. So this would put it in the Nancy community, Somerset, Shopville, and Mount Victory. A lot of the towns we were just talking about coming up within the next 45 minutes, an hour or so. So that is going to continue to make its way through, and if that holds together, Laurel County, maybe southern Rockcastle County, we would have to contend with this. But as of right now, if you're in Somerset, you got a few minutes to find that safe shelter. You want to get low. You want to get into the basement. I know many of us don't have a basement, so we're going to find the center part of our home on the absolute lowest level, and we're going to get there and we're going to cover our heads. That's where we are right now into Rowan County, as that storm is still very, very stout right on top of downtown Moorhead. So Pulaski County, northern Wayne County, just a small part of northern Wayne County under that tornado warning, and into Rowan County and a part of Elliott County under the tornado warning as well. These are the areas where we need to be in those storm shelters. Don't have a storm shelter. It is all about finding the center part of your home. Put as many walls between where you are and the outside as is possible. Typically, that includes getting in a closet, maybe a bathroom, and covering your head above all else. That is going to be the main thing. And with this part of the storm, the worst of this is right on top, Jim, the Rowan County storm in Moorhead. So 519, folks around Clearfield, over toward Christie Creek. It's right on top of you.
Here we
All
go.
right.
Here we go.
There's downtown Moorhead, there's the Christie area, Christie Creek, and that is going to continue to make its way to the east. That would eventually, I believe, get over toward the Elliottsville area coming up in just a little bit. So essentially, Jim, this rotation is right on top of Moorhead.
If there's a tornado there, it's going to be right there. I mean, that's basically what this is saying. That's what it's telling us right now. So right on top of the city of Moorhead. Chris checking his information,
yep,
see if anybody is...
We're looking to see, through social media now you can get information. Listen, we love your pictures. We love the information, but never, ever put yourself in harm's way to get a video or a picture of bad weather.
It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. That somebody needs you, and you need to stick around and not put yourself out there for that purpose at all.
That's right, and that's what we are. That's what we're trying to do, is just to absolutely, show information. But we want to make sure you're safe. Jim, this is now into a part of the region that we sometimes refer to as no man's land for radars, right?
Right, that's where it is, yes.
Essentially here in Russell Springs on the Pulaski and Russell County line. Now you can see how the radar gets a little glitchy, but you can still see that rotation right here to the southeast of Russell Springs. So western parts of Pulaski County, if you live along the Cumberland Parkway or 80, you need to be in those basements, you need to be in those storm shelters, and you need to be there 10 minutes ago. All right, so that's me saying, hey, you got to get there. And if you're in Somerset, you got just a few more minutes before this possible tornado makes its way through the Cumberland Parkway, western sections of Pulaski County, and into downtown Somerset. I guarantee the tornado sirens are going off. Today, somebody in here was mentioning earlier, Jim, talking about how it seems like if there's going to be a tornado, why is it always into Laurel or Pulaski counties? How many, you and I have been at this for a day or two now. How many different tornadoes have we seen through the years touch down in Laurel and Pulaski counties? It's off the charts, right? I can't count them.
I can't count them. I'm trying. The most in the state.
Yeah. It's
those two.
It is a mini tornado alley into those two counties. There is a macro climate down there that's, for whatever reason, geography related or what, gives thunderstorms a little extra spin in those two counties. And I know you're thinking, wait, is that real? Yeah, it is. They get in on quite a few. They've had quite a few tornado touchdowns, an inordinate amount in those 2 counties. Maybe a little broader circulation with this, but still there nonetheless, right on top of 519. That would be Clearfield. I think the worst is through downtown Moorhead, and it is heading to the east along 32, and that's going to take it towards far southern parts of Carter County and into Elliott County, which is why the National Weather Service in Jackson extended that into northern parts of Elliott County. But looking at that, it's just a little more broad than the tighter spin we had a minute ago when it was between Lakeview Heights and Moorhead. Maybe just a little broader.
Yeah, it's not quite as stout or as impressive as far as that's concerned. Now, I'm not saying it's not still spinning and it's not in there, because it could certainly still be going. But you're right, the impressive nature of the stronger rotation is not present.
Let's go to right there. Yeah, let's go along the Mountain Parkway. Right in here. I mentioned sometimes on these lines, like what we're seeing here, Jim, there's maybe a little kink that is trying to fire up right on the leading edge of this line in here. There you go.
Right there. Yep.
There you go. So this probably is going to get a tornado warning here shortly for Wolfe County, southern Morgan County, and parts of Magoffin County. You got a couple of little bitty kinks in there, and that is... They're not the strongest signatures in the world, but it's something that obviously we've seen this time and time again, where it doesn't take much along a line like this, Jim, to spin up a quick little tornado. They're typically weaker than the supercell tornadoes. Nonetheless, it's going to do some damage if in fact it is, and that is right on top of the Mountain Parkway. Jim, what is that? Close to Hazel Green?
Very close.
Very close to the Hazel Green exit there on the
Absolutely.
Mountain Parkway?
I mean, just looking at it from here, I mean, I can zoom in even tighter so we can see. But
and into southern parts of Morgan County, Cannell City, Halichua is, there's Hazel Green, so this may be just to the southeast of that. So this would be, again, Cannell City into Morgan County. This would be
that exit,
northern
like you said,
parts
though.
of Wolfe County. Yeah, it's right on top of the exit. And there it is. Look at that. I mean, it is literally right on top of the Mountain Parkway, and there's almost another one just to the north of that. So you got 2 little kinks that we look for when you're dealing with a line of thunderstorms that may have a tornado. So hey, you don't have a warning yet into eastern sections of Wolfe County or far southern parts of Morgan County or western Magoffin County, but do us a solid and go ahead and let's treat it like we do and find a shelter just to be on the safe side, all right? Because it doesn't take much for these lines to spin up a weak tornado from time to time. So we'll get back to that if we do get a warning out for that at any point here. Still watching this just behemoth of a supercell thunderstorm. I mean, what are we working on? 500 miles worth of real estate this thing has covered so far? From Missouri now into Somerset. Told you it's in no man's land down here. Radars get, as you call it, a little wonky. They do get a little wonky down here to the west of Somerset. But you can we can't look inside this at the moment at the winds. You saw the radar depictions with that. But what it is doing, just the radar presentation, Jim, where you've got the hail here, you can see a little the rotation.
You can see it. It's right there rotating around. It's got that little circular angle there too. Yeah.
So you can see that this is at least a rotating thunderstorm that is heading into Somerset. This has had one heck of a signature along its entire life cycle along the Cumberland Parkway and now getting into Pulaski County. The uninterrupted flow with this coming in from the south has just been absolutely tremendous. That's what's kept this thing going. You want to get a supercell thunderstorm to stay alive for more than an hour, more than 2, 3. This thing is 6 hours old now. This started in Missouri, and it's still going. The way to do it is you get it on the southern edge of a severe weather outbreak, and it doesn't have anything to fight with. So it's soaking up all the available energy coming into this, and it's heading into Somerset as of right now.
So we've got that one. That's a doozy moving through there. And again, you're talking about how long it's been around the area too.
Well, let's go to that Moorhead storm. Is that what we were looking at?
Yeah,
let's go to that.
Yeah,
all right.
That has a little more of a signature to it now.
All right, let's go in here. Eastern parts of Rowan County. and Jim's going to go in. We're going to look inside this storm because there's a hook on this thing. And we can see that with the rotation here in just a moment. This is just to the east of Moorhead, around the Christie Creek area of Rowan County, and is going to head into southern parts of Carter County and northern parts of Elliott County. So we will take a look at that in just a second to show the rotation with this, but the worst of this is just to the east of the Moorhead area. Here we go.
Computer's being wonky.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Here's what
around.
happens with it. When it gets so many lightning strikes like this and individual thunderstorms, it gets a little wonky too. I think that's our new word of the evening. So we'll go in on this one. Jim will slow it down, and we will look at the rotation with this, because we were just looking off camera a moment ago, and you were definitely seeing that. There you go.
Yeah,
Ooh, boy.
that's stout all of a sudden, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. So this would be along 32. This is to the east of 519. Clearfield will be right in this area, and Christie Creek out here toward Elliotsville and getting in. Hey, listen, National Weather Service over in Charleston, West Virginia. I doubt you guys are watching this. If you are, you need a tornado warning in the southern parts of Carter County. Got to match this up with this storm that is likely to glance southern parts of Carter County and get into northwestern sections of Elliott County. Now, that is technically, Jim, Carter and Elliott are just outside of our what we call our DMA or our TV market, the counties we serve. We still have a lot of viewers in some of these counties, but this has really ramped it up to the southeast of Moorhead. Let's zoom in a little closer and get a couple of place names going with this. So this is on top of 32, and again, back in my Moorhead State days, I lived not too far from where this is, and there's Elliotsville. That's the name we've been calling out for a while, and that the worst of this is heading right toward. Ooh, man. Okay, so again, you're thinking, you're showing me these colors. What am I looking at? Winds here in the pink. When you see the bright pink and a little white in there, those winds are cranking. They're going in this direction. Where you see the green and the brighter greens, it means they're fast. They're going in this direction. Boom, boom, spin right here. If you're getting a tornado, Jim, it is just to the southwest of Elliotsville into eastern Rowan County.
That's the location. If it's anywhere, it's there. You're absolutely right. And that's what we're seeing right there, moving through that area, Chris. And I'm going to go even closer, see what else we can get there.
I see the Bluegrass region has severe thunderstorm warnings for the Lexington Metro with this next wave that is coming on in. But yeah, you're looking at some of the roads in there. And now we're getting into the hilly terrain, which you can see our radar kind of matches the terrain in there. So it's kind of overlaying on the terrain. So that would
you can literally see it bumpy. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
The topography there.
Yeah, there's 32, Elliotsville, the Seas Branch area, Weaver Ridge, folks around Blazer Drive need to be in those storm shelters. Should have been there already. That is heading into far southern parts of Carter County, and is going to blast its way on in to northern parts of Elliott County. These are not areas that we typically call out for the possibility of tornadoes. You're kind of getting into the mountainous area. But you know what? Years ago, we dispelled that rumor that you can't get tornadoes in the mountains, which was never the case anyway. It just took March 2nd of 2012 to really drive home that point that you can get a lot of tornadoes. But they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning into southern parts of Carter County, but it does not have that tornado warning that we've got into eastern Rowan County and just to the north of Sandy Hook. So again, if you're into eastern Rowan County, the worst of the weather is coming on in right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings for the Lexington Metro ahead of this next round of severe weather. Once this moves in and moves through, you're done. You're good. This is until 11:30, Bourbon County, Clark County, Fayette, Jessamine, Madison, Nicholas, and you know what? It goes all the way back to the south with additional warnings. Mercer County, into Anderson County, into Boyle County, into Casey County. Everybody along that line continues to be under some kind of a severe weather warning or a tornado warning. And here's that tornado warning that is still heading toward Somerset. We'll go in and see if the you know, the spin is still showing up very prominently here, and there it is. So,
Okay.
so now we're getting into where it's shifting out of picking it up from the Weather Service radar in Louisville to the Weather Service radar in Jackson now, Jim, which is why the colors have shifted around a little bit on us.
That's why we're seeing it look like that.
That's why you're
right.
seeing
But
it having a different look, because it's coming at us from a different direction. Now this is coming toward the radar in Jackson. So the colors change a little bit.
still provides the same information though, and that's what we're looking at and looking for is
Right here.
where that rotation is. Yeah.
Right here, and it is focused maybe just a smidge farther to the south of the Cumberland Parkway. So here's Somerset. Here is 27, and the worst of this is just less than 5 minutes away from downtown Somerset. So if you're watching us here in the Pulaski County, maybe far northern parts of Wayne County, and anybody across Lake Cumberland. You got some friends or family down there. Maybe they live on the boat on the lake. Maybe they're asleep. Call them up, wake them up, say, hey, find somewhere to go right now, because that is a storm that is moving its way on through. And again, the Burnett area. Here's Nancy. Nancy, no stranger to tornadoes in this area. 761, and right on top, here's, you can see part of Lake Cumberland showing up in this. Here's downtown Somerset, that red line, Jim. That is the Cumberland Parkway, and this storm has been tracking along and now just south of the Cumberland for, what, an hour now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, literally right along it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we are getting a tornado, it's southwest of Nancy.
That's exactly where it is. You're right. And the thing is, I'm looking at some of the other stuff here. Some of the winds just above our heads down there pushing 75, almost 80 miles per hour.
Wow.
Now, when you work that down to the surface, it's not going to be that strong, but it's still going to be pretty strong. So there's a lot of it's a lot of energy trying to rotate down there. Just incredible the amount of shear that is still showing in that. That's what I was zooming in on, and which of course backs up what you were talking about there with the Nancy community, because it's right in that area.
Yeah, and Burnside, this may be, boy, it's going to be really, really close to slamming into Burnside, Somerset. We're going to take it on the chin from whatever this is, whether it's a tornado, whether it is straight line winds and large hail. You know what? It's coming right at us, and it's going to be there in just a matter of minutes. So anybody living along the 27 corridor from Science Hill down toward the Burnside area, batten down those hatches. You do not have a whole lot of time left to find that safe shelter. And from there, this storm is going to just slam its way through Somerset, head over toward Mount Victory. We'll see if this holds together into Laurel County. That tornado warning continues in effect here now east of Moorhead. Looks like the worst of this storm is right on top of where Carter County, Rowan County, and Elliott County play a little bit of hookup, Jim, where those three counties come together right here.
Look at that.
This is a likely tornado, and it is right here. Elliotttville, right here, maybe just to our south. This is still Rowan County right here, and then we go into Elliott County.
I'll zoom in a little tighter.
And this is a really, really tight gate to gate that we're looking at here. Now you notice how packed everything is. Now it just zipped through, and it's not quite as stout as that last one, but now this is just about out of Rowan County. It's along 173. Here's the minor community. Here's Elliotttville, and then over into the, what is this, ordinary community, I believe, northern parts of Elliott County. That is going to continue to roll its way very, very quickly into western Elliott County. You don't typically talk about this area for tornadoes, but yeah, this is no ordinary setup, no pun intended, to the folks there living near the community of Ordinary.
And this is no ordinary year.
You're right.
This has been very action-packed, as you know.
And let's see that line of severe weather that is around the Morgan County area down toward Salyersville, West Liberty. That bow, Jim, is still going strong right on the Mountain Parkway.
And
80,000 Western Kentucky. Bill telling us 80,000 customers without power now statewide. I bet you that is going to jump exponentially here in just the next little bit. Let's see if we can find any kinks on this line now. From 92 now, I'm being told. So again, it's just jump, 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 jump. Salyersville West, I mean, the gradient with this, pretty crazy. I mean, everybody can see this, right? That is straight line winds, and that is the bow, the backward C. So it's like a bow and arrow. When you pull it back, where does all the energy go? Right in the middle of where you're pulling it back, right? So the apex of this bow is exactly where the strongest winds are, the highest winds. They're right on top of the Mountain Parkway. Jim, we know a thing or two about Salyersville, where we're both from, and those damaging winds are heading right into that area right now.
They are probably pushing, just according to radar estimates, they're probably really close to about 70, Chris, on the nose of that.
Yeah, that would be
what we're looking at.
The near hurricane force gusts that we've kind of been talking about for a few days now. And that is, again, West Liberty, Route 7, 460, Mountain Parkway, Route 30, coming out of McGoffin County into northern and eastern Breathitt County, dealing with a lot of potential wind damage right now.
That is really hammering through that area.
Absolutely. And there's still a little kink that is showing up there. If you look closely enough, right about here, right on top of, what is this, 460? Near White Oak. White Oak area into Morgan County, the Bloomington area of McGoffin County, right in there. There's just a little bit of a kink. So if we're going to get a spin, going to get a quick spin up, it's going to be right there just to the north of the Mountain Parkway. That's the same one we were looking at near Campton just a minute ago. So many counties right now are under some kind of a warning, whether it be a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. Somerset, we're not going to leave you hanging because we are watching you guys. We're watching everything that's going on. We got severe weather everywhere across the area, and the worst of this into Pulaski County is on top of downtown Somerset as we speak. London, you will probably start to hear the tornado sirens in maybe 10-15 minutes. I would imagine that tornado warning gets extended farther to the east to include London, maybe Corbin, and maybe far northern parts of the Whitley County area. This is the worst of this between Science Hill and Burnside. Large hail on the northern edge of this, likely going to get up to golf ball size hail. If we're getting a tornado, it is now just about to make its way into downtown Somerset and ready to cross over 27. Folks around Shopville, we're going to keep an eye on that. And Jim, that's just going to keep barreling its way into the Mount Victory area and western parts of Laurel County.
And as it does, whether it's producing a tornado or not, it certainly has all the ingredients to push out winds 60, 70 miles per hour. Some of the data is already saying that. It's probably very close to that in some of those gusts. Whether we record one like that, because you've got to find one little point that's got an anemometer to record a wind gust like that, and you might not get it exactly on the spot, but I'll tell you, those winds are going to be fierce. They already are as they're racing through there, and again, they could be spinning as well. You have that.
Jim, take us to the just the pure warnings map. Let's just show the folks at home, since we're trying to zoom in on everything and give you up close and personal views of everything, to show you how much real estate is currently under a warning. Look at this. Everything in yellow, severe thunderstorm warnings. Everything in red, tornado warnings. So we got 1, 2, Bowling Green with their second or third tornado warning of the day. Lexington Metro, Lexington, you're probably hearing not the tornado sirens, the chimes, they call them. They do the chimes for a severe thunderstorm warning locally to give you a heads up on the possibility of damaging winds. But you see this big line, and everybody along that line and ahead of this with a severe thunderstorm warning. The second line, the initial line, is now into eastern Kentucky, but a couple of breakaway storms. Notice there's a little gap in the warning here. And then you got a tornado warning. There's a little gap here, and then you got a tornado warning. So the two breakaway storms, Jim, are the ones that are spinning.
Which happens.
They're not competing with everything else.
They get out there and they can eat up whatever they need.
Right. They get all the available energy around them. There's no other hogs in that trough right now to eat, All
right. Let's see. A train spawner, Chris, just west-southwest of Somerset, has a visual. Okay, this is unconfirmed, but this is a spotter. This is from the Weather Service. A visual on a tornado. That
would match up with what we were looking at on radar.
That would. That's just just came down literally as I looked over at that report. So,
all right, well, let's go and investigate that, because I think that is exactly what we called out a moment ago, Jim. Southwest of Somerset, if we are getting a tornado, that's where the radar is showing it would be. And so London, Corbin, you don't have that warning out now, but let's go ahead and get ready to hit the basement and the storm shelters, because that, given the fact that now you're getting a spotter to potentially confirm a tornado with this, that's going to get warned downstream as well into Laurel County. Right now it's Shopville, Mount Victory. There it is. This is the Somerset area right here, and it is just to the southwest. That would be our rotation, Jim. Right now crossing 27. Here's 80, downtown Somerset. Burnside looks like the worst is just to our north, and that will eventually head toward Mount Victory, western parts of Laurel County as well. So Science Hill, you're likely getting it on some major hail. Somerset to just south is where we're getting this possible tornado. And again,
looks like Ferguson, Chris, which is right there south of Somerset.
Okay, yeah.
That looks like where it'd be right in the middle of it. So I'll zoom in to get it to populate more places.
There it is. There's Ferguson.
Yeah.
So downtown Somerset's actually right here. I think that's pushed off just a little bit to get the when we throw the temperature on there. But this is Ferguson. Here's downtown Somerset, and this is the 27 corridor. You see Lake Cumberland. Obviously, it's almost lake season. Ooh, you know, that new sweep went through there, and that tightened up a little bit. What's going to happen with this, as it moves farther to the east, it gets within better eyesight of the National Weather Service radar in Jackson. So what looked like it may have weakened was only because it was in no man's radar land. All right. So now it's getting closer to the radar. So the radar is going to say, okay, I get a better visual of this thing, and I'm seeing that spin that is likely showing up into Somerset. This is a likely tornado that is moving in. You know, that may have a debris ball with this.
They very, very well could. Absolutely.
So all right. This would be where the tornado is, right on top of Ferguson, downtown Somerset. So we are likely dealing with a tornado here. So let's amp this up a little more. We've had a spotter tracking a tornado here. The radar is terribly impressive with this. If you are into areas between Somerset and London, get to the storm shelter now. Get to the basement. If you don't have a basement, get to the lowest floor that is possible and cover your head above all else. That's what we want to do. The idea, folks, you got to put as many walls between where you are and the outside as is humanly possible. That gives you more protection. Multiple walls. It's like when you're cold at night. What do? You throw on some more clothes, you throw on some more blankets on the bed. It's more protection from what's outside, right? Same principle here when we're talking about a possible tornado, and you cover your head above all else. So here's Ferguson. This would be 27. Here's 2292. And getting east of this is where we're really now need to be hunkering down, because this is zipping its way across Pulaski County as likely a tornado into the southern section of downtown Somerset toward Ferguson, and that's going to continue to head toward the east. If you're in London, if you're in Mount Victory, it's going to be heading in your general direction coming up very shortly. Shopville, while the tornado may be a really close call, you're going to get in on some major hail with this. Typically on a supercell thunderstorm like what we are seeing, the large hail is going to occur on that northern side of this, and that's what the radar is picking up on. You can get up to baseball-sized hail as this supercell thunderstorm makes its way through with a likely tornado. Mount Victory, Shopville, and into Laurel County. Mount Victory, you're almost into Laurel County, as you guys know. You're very close to the line. Find that storm shelter and find it now. Jim, what are you finding over there?
All right. Come look at this.
Okay.
I can't pull it up immediately for you, but some drone footage. I think it's mainly a rain shaft, but you can see that's out of Pulaski. So Chris is reviewing something we just got here to see what he can figure out from it too. But what we've got is all kinds of these thunderstorms that are still moving through the area. It's loud in Lexington too now as well. I'm going to go back and peek in on this one really quick. It's almost, and it really is actually out of our immediate area, but I'm going to look at it for just a second, and then we're going to go back to that Pulaski County storm. But this one north of Sandy Hook there has lost some of the key signatures.
It's running out.
Yeah, it's running out of juice now. So that one is going away. Again, it's outside of our area, but I want to check in on it one more time. But we'll go back to Pulaski County. We're going to go right back in on the folks there in Somerset, and we'll zoom in tight again so we can see what's going on.
And I'm a little surprised they haven't gone ahead and put the warning out into Laurel County. Just the pure heads up. You know, you're going to have to issue a warning for Laurel County. Let's give them as much notice as we can at this point, right?
Yeah.
And this is that rotation, and it is pretty stout, Jim. This is the Cumberland Parkway. Now we're going to see this heading across 27. It's right on top of Ferguson. Here's Burnside, Somerset. When you see the contrasting colors here, that is a significant spin that is showing up in this. And Weather Service reported a storm spotter southwest of Somerset that matched up with the radar, had a visual on a tornado. That was the report, right?
That's what they said. That is exactly what they said in that area.
You got the visual on this. That is going to head toward the east, and folks around Mount Victory and Shopville. I know if you're not in these areas and you're sitting there, you're watching this, you're saying, well, you're saying the same areas over and over and over. Yeah, we are, because that's where we want to get people's attention. We want to get them to shelter, and we're trying to keep them safe.
That's the deal.
That's it. So the broad view, and by the way, if you're watching us now into Somerset, let's review those tornado safety plans, Jim, and we'll look at, I think we have a graphic we can show folks of the best areas to get to. You want the basement. Let's face it, not all of us have a basement. So we go to the interior room on the first floor, the lowest floor. You get down as low as you can, because the higher up you go, you don't want to be on the second floor, third floor. No, winds are high, winds are greater, they're faster the higher up you go from the earth. You get down low where, Jim, the friction slows it down a little bit, right?
It slows it, it drags it a little bit.
It does. And we cover our head. We put the hard hat on around here, all right? We put the helmet on, bicycle helmet, what have you. This, everything in green, safe area, or the safest area. No one area is truly safe unless you're below ground. But the idea here, Jim, we take this graphic to kiddos all the time. You want to be in the green, because that gives you the maximum protection. And the best place to be is below ground, the basement. That's where you want to go, and no matter where you are, cover your head. Remember that. If you don't have a hard hat, and I know many of us don't, bicycle helmet will do wonders. A batting helmet will do wonders. Softball helmet, you betcha. But the bicycle helmet's probably going to be the one that most folks have a little handy.
Handy right there, for sure, unless you've got a football player in the house, right?
Good point.
So there we go with that tornado warning storm. And I'll tell you what, that's producing some very large hail. I did get a report of golf ball sized hail in Moorhead. So that did happen. So that's a signature with that.
I got that out of Pulaski County too, Somerset.
There we go. So this is matching up with everything we're seeing on radar. We're now seeing it on the ground.
So we're getting the ground truth. The only thing is we haven't been getting pictures of tornadoes or anything of that nature as of yet. But let's face it, Jim, it's the middle of the night. Well, it's not the middle of the night, but you get the idea. It's dark. It's dark. Yeah. People can't see. You got whatever this would be would likely be rain wrapped, which would make it harder to see anyway. So the idea is what we're giving you on the radar picture, the best view of what is potentially going on down here. And again, I watch this, and the worst of the hail has inched just to the north a smidge, and that spin is stout to the southeast of Somerset. And if we're going to get some damage reports, we haven't had any yet. Thankfully, we don't want them, obviously. I mean, listen, if we hear nothing out of this and all of this is all bark and no bite, we are good with that. We're here just to give everybody advice on where to go. We're showing you what's happening, and we're giving you a minute-by-minute breakdown of all this. We're better than 100,000 customers now without electric across Kentucky, about 104. That shows you the power of the winds with or without a possible tornado. But Jim, this is along 192 and then up towards Shopville. This would be Highway 80 here. And the worst of this is somewhere going to pass, looks like somewhere between Shopville and Mount Victory on an easterly track. And the next stop would be London and Laurel County. That's where this is going. And that, I'm a little surprised that warning has not been extended all the way into Laurel County just yet.
And nothing out on that. Nothing out. But I'm going to go in a little closer again to try to get right up tight with that circulation.
Yeah, that's a pretty stout spin. And
it is.
And it's wrapping. It's really wrapped up there pretty well. So yeah, you've got some good place names here. Ferguson, Somerset, Burnside. Those are some of the areas we.
Oh wow.
You know, you see things like this, and it just updated on air. We've been giving you a tutorial. If you watch us enough, you could probably sit here and figure out what's going on too just by looking at this stuff. We try to educate everybody on what to look at, but here are the winds that are coming in, winds that are going around, winds around, boom, boom, boom. This would be that spin, and I would bet something we look at called the correlation coefficient is probably picking up on a little debris down there. Yeah, it may be a little too far away from the radar site for it to really see that, but we hope that's not the case. That would indicate for sure that a tornado is in progress. But we're looking at this rolling its way to the east. Now this is what we're looking at here, and Jim will zoom in on this particular area. It's going to be a little tougher to see because it's so far away
from. They just extended the tornado warning too, Chris. Okay,
so the tornado warning is now into London. Laurel County is now included in that. Maybe that's what we're looking at right here.
Could be.
The spin is right in here. You see that little bit of an increase, but again, when you have this is here. The radar is way up here, so we got a ways to go. So downtown London, just to the north of Corbin, this gets into a small part of northern Knox County. So tornado warning is now in effect for London. London, we've given you ample notice to find that shelter. You still, if you're watching us into Laurel County and especially into London, you still, Bernstadt, East Bernstadt, Lily, you've got 15 minutes to get to that safe shelter. Still, if you're in a mobile home, that is just enough time to find a neighbor, loved one, relative down the road that has a substantial structure or maybe a basement. Go get it. Go knock on the door, say, hey, we got to bring the kids in. We got a possible tornado coming. Can you let us hang out for a little while? And then you hang out in the basement, let this thing go by, and we'll give you the all clear, and you guys can go home, and hopefully all is well. But here's that tornado that is rolling its way toward the east. Bernstadt, the London area, at around 11:48. So this warning goes until midnight as that storm continues to rage toward the east. It is a supercell thunderstorm that is producing not only a possible tornado, but also massive hail. I think we got a picture from my Twitter feed, Jim. That's what we were looking at out of downtown Somerset just a little bit ago, of golf ball size, maybe just a smidge bigger. Notice it's the jagged nature of that, so that's what folks into Somerset are dealing with, and that's likely a little larger to the north and northeast of Somerset as of now, as that's where the big-time hail tends to hang out when you have supercell thunderstorms. So we can come back to the radar because this is, hang on, we'll get it straight in just a second, folks. This is a, hang in there, there we go. See, this is part of automation. We're supposed to be in a newscast right now. Sometimes the cameras think, hey, I'm supposed to be on the Weather Center. Well, Jim's over in the Weather Center right now, manning everything. But yeah, but this severe thunderstorm, this supercell, the point I was going to make, Jim, is this thing started in Missouri and is now almost to London, Kentucky, which is one heck of a trip. Jim, this thing is wrapped up even more because now you can see the blue angling back toward the northwest. So you see the little bit of gray and red right here. So winds here, winds here. What are we doing with this? Boom. That is a very tight spin, and this is heading toward Mount Victory. I'm going to keep throwing Mount Victory out there. I'm going to keep throwing Shopville and 80 and Point South. And now, everybody in Laurel County, you need to be in your basement. You need to be in your safe place, and you need to be there now. Let's go ahead. Let's get out ahead of this, because at this point, Jim, this thing is not slowing down, and it is, if anything, tightening back up as it moves farther east.
Well, that's what's happened here with that last little bit, Chris. We're starting running into some more of that intensity. Again, as you said, it's wrapping up a little tighter, and right there, just to the east of Somerset, and you keep talking about Mount Victory. I mean, it's literally headed right toward them. So if you're there, you should have been somewhere 10 minutes ago because this thing is barreling towards you. And if you're in Laurel County right now, get where you can be safe. Any of those locations, City of London, Kiwi, all of those spots, you're right in the path of this thing.
Yeah, you're right. And you know, let's go in, Jim. Let's see. Let's call out as many names to get some attention as we can here. So we know we've got London, we've got the Kiwi area, Bernstadt, East Bernstadt. Now we're into some of the smaller areas here where you've got, I got to get over here to look at a bigger monitor to see some of these place names here. That would be Pond Ridge Road, Line Creek Road, the Dog Branch Road, and then Cane Creek Road. I believe that is our second Cane Creek that we've called out tonight in two different counties. Rooks Road, that's 192. And now we are getting toward the High Top area and points to the south there along 192. And Jim, High Top goes over into the Laurel Lake area, as Bill Bryant is giving us a little bit of information down there. That would be the Laurel Lake area. There's Vox, Bald Rock, Kiwi, and Lily, and then up towards Sublimity City and downtown London. And some of that may try to get as far east as Knox County. I do think that warning gets into just a small part of northwestern sections of Knox County. Corbin, boy, we're close. We're on the outside looking in. But chances are, right now, the tornado sirens are going off into London. We know they've been going off now for better than 30 minutes into Pulaski County. And now they're going off here into Laurel County with that storm.
Yeah, a storm like this, you know, these supercells, they have a tendency to turn a little bit toward the south and east, but this has stayed due east this whole time.
It has. And one of the models that we look at, which is, it's called the HRRR, the HRRR. It's the one, Jim, that populates our future radar. You know, the one that we're always showing you guys, future radar here. It's based on a computer model. I'm telling you, that thing had this, and when Jim came in earlier, I said, Jim, look at this run, because it had this rotating thunderstorm across western Kentucky, all across the southern half of Kentucky, and bedog if it isn't going in that general area. It has been nonstop. And now Mount Victory is in the line of fire for this possible tornado that is making its way through. It's on 192, which looks like it comes out of Mount Victory and goes right up into the Somerset area. And again, you can just look at the colors here, and you got to just visualize. Winds are going this way, they're coming around, and boy, that is just such a tight spin. Mount Victory to Shopville, goodness gracious. This is a likely tornado that is coming through your area. It is 5 to 10 minutes away from hitting the Laurel County line. So if you're watching us along Interstate 75 in Laurel County, from Corbin all the way to the Rockcastle County line, you still have some time to find that safe shelter. This is Dykes area, Here's Goodwater, here is Mount Victory, and that spin, Jim, looks like it is right on top of 192 here and rolling its way to the east very quickly.
Locked in right there on top of it, and
you can
very
see
strong.
the little inflow notch even right here. I mean, and there it is. That rotation is pretty stout with this storm that continues to make its way to the east. So Laurel County, it is almost to you. Downtown London, you still have ample time. I'm going to continue to say it. You have time to find that shelter. Don't say, oh, well, they've said this before and nothing happened. Don't let it be the one time that something happens. All right? So that's what we're doing right now, Jim. Making sure this isn't the one time something happens and people aren't taking it seriously.
I just want, please take it serious, because it's a big time. It's been a while since I've seen one in our part of Kentucky that's been this strong.
It has, and that spin, every time the radar updates, it goes through. You continue to see this. It hasn't lost its rotation since it fired up in Missouri hours ago. So we're going to broaden this back out, Jim. Let's just give everybody an overview real quickly. We'll go back to the traditional map you guys see all the time for us to give you an update on who's getting what right now. We know this is a likely tornado that is coming out of Pulaski County. We have the threat for damaging winds into many other areas of Kentucky, and that includes the Lexington area. Tornado warning south of Bowling Green, that is rolling its way to the east. The good news is that tornado warning for Rowan and Elliott County is gone. So you folks who've been in your basements up there, I know we've had some folks that have been talking about us on social media, say, hey, we're in this basement listening to you guys. Come on out. You're good up here in Rowan County right now. I say you're good this go around, but you got another big band of severe weather that may have high winds that can cause issues coming up here very, very shortly. And to make matters even worse, Jim, look at all the counties under a flash flood warning now.
Flash flooding.
They picked up 3 to 4 inches of rain earlier, and now you're getting in. So you've got London, you've got Somerset, you've got Laurel, Pulaski counties under tornado warning and now a flash flood warning at the same time. Flash flood warning goes into Clay County, into Lee and Owsley, goes into Estill County, Rockcastle County, Jackson County as well. And eventually we'll probably get focused a little farther east toward parts of Pike County, or I should say Perry County, toward Pike County. Severe thunderstorm warnings from Charleston, West Virginia, to northwest of Nashville, and that includes the Lexington area. Lexington, you're about 30 minutes away from the all clear, give or take a few minutes. Southeastern Kentucky, you still got a few hours before that all clear gets in there. That's why that supercell thunderstorm is rocking and rolling from Somerset to London, where you have the greatest threat right now for a significant tornado that is showing up on the Laurel-Pulaski County line. But wave number 1 of severe weather into the Big Sandy Valley, northeastern Kentucky. Wave number 2 behind this is more of a linear severe weather setup that we're dealing with from the Lexington Metro down toward Nashville and Bowling Green. But then you've got that supercell thunderstorm, Jim, that has been on the southern edge of this envelope the entire time. It's had to compete with nothing. All the inflow into this thing has been tremendous. That's why this thing has been able to maintain itself, and it almost looks like a flash flood setup showing up here into southwestern Kentucky and toward Nashville too, as those storms try to become more west-east.
And you got to remember, as you said a minute ago, we had a ton of rain out there earlier.
Yeah,
so,
we did.
I mean, it's prime pickings right now for more flash flooding. And of course the severe weather threat. But there's nothing to stop these out there. There's nothing, as he said, to kind of choke off some of that moisture. So this will continue feeding those thunderstorms through the next little bit here as well. But that's what we've got. I'm going to go back inside this one as it's now crossing the Laurel County line from Pulaski County, the leading edge of it. But where we're finding the rotating part of the cell is right there. I'll put it in the middle of the crosshairs. It's in Mount Victory. Again, you were saying that name early on, and now we're saying it for a different reason. It is right there. Where's that?
That's out of Pulaski County. So just a social media picture of what looked like maybe a funnel or a tornado there in the distance. We will see. I did. It is from in Somerset near the Oak Hill neighborhood. So if we can pull that one up, and also getting in on couple of other pictures that are coming in of this possible tornado that is showing up out
There it is right
of
there.
Pulaski County. So there you go. That would be the possible tornado. And I also just retweeted another one, guys, for a second one. You could see that in the background right there. That would be the possible tornado that is showing up there. But also this from Nancy. And if you look closely here, Jim, it looks like a tornado there, and in the edge, kind of being
Wow, it does.
lit
I
up
gotta
by
look.
severe weather or the lights there.
Oh yeah, that definitely looks like one. I mean, that's two back to back in
Right.
that area. You know, just by looking at this and looking at radar, I'm convinced
Yeah.
that we've had touchdown, and now it's just
And
a
you
matter
still
of how
may
much
have a
longer.
tornado that is on the ground.
Right.
And
How long
that
does
is-
this thing last?
That
Yeah.
is heading into sections of Laurel County. We hope this thing starts to show some signs of weakening very soon. Now, obviously, we're going to continue to scour social media.
Look at that, Chris.
We can get crews down here as needed. But yeah, this between Goodwater and Mount Victory, likely tornado right in here, and here's the Laurel County line. So if you're watching us around the Bald Rock area, over toward Keevee, and then up towards Sublimity City, Lilly, downtown London, this is heading in your general direction right now, and it likely has a tornado. This supercell thunderstorm has maintained itself. It has had a tornado warning with it. Whether or not it produced a tornado across the entire path remains to be seen. But it has had a tornado warning with it since, I believe, around 5 o'clock this evening when it was in Missouri. And that was crossing, if you were watching us tonight at 6 o'clock, we were giving you tornado warnings around Paducah, back toward, I believe, Ballard County. And this is the same supercell thunderstorm that prompted all of that. And it is still maintaining its intensity. So the radar, we're not looking at your traditional radar, which shows the precipitation. We are looking at the winds, and Jim, the signature continues to be there. And you're looking at this thing and you're seeing that northwestward tilt more and more, and it could be a sign this thing is wrapped up even more so right now.
They have officially called it observed. Tornado observed.
Okay.
So I mean, so that's where we are now. So what we're seeing, the pictures, the videos, and that confirmation from a spotter earlier. This has at least been on the ground at some point.
All right,
and probably still is.
Yeah, let's go into street level, into western parts of Laurel County. Let's call out as many areas as we can. To if somebody may not be paying attention, you know what? And you think, oh wait, yeah, I know somebody that lives there. Call them up now. The Narrows Road, this is Middle Fork Road, Rooks Road, and then you've got areas to the north where you see that white, by the way, that is likely, that's the radar telling us this has some large hail, and that is likely better than golf ball to baseball size hail. Dog Branch Road, Cane Creek Road, and West Line Creek Road. We have talked about you folks for a while. Likewise there in Pond Ridge Road. Find your storm shelter and do it now. And this goes all the way to London. Listen, kiddos, hear me out. I know we've got the tornado sirens that are going. I know a lot of you guys are probably really, really scared right now. Here's what to do. We're just going to stay calm. We're going to listen to our moms or dads or grandparents or our relatives or whoever we're staying with at the moment, all right? We're going to listen to them. We're going to follow the instructions and remember what we did and what we do when we have the tornado safety drills at school. Remember what we do? We go to the center part, we find the hallway, the center part of the school, and we crunch down and we get low and we cover our heads. That's what we're going to do right now, okay? And I promise we're going to get through this. Just hang in there. And if you got a bicycle helmet, put it on. You got a batting helmet, put it on. You got a football helmet, whatever it is, hard hat like we got here. Hey, listen, I don't care how stupid this thing looks on me. I'm going to put it on right now because I want you guys to make sure you are covering your head above all else, all right? So that's what we're doing. And Jim, this is when we go to schools, and we go to a lot of them, we drive that home to every school visit, or at least we try. And if you're watching us, I know we were in Laurel County at a school, a month ago down here, right?
That's right.
Find that shelter immediately, because that is still, you still got a few minutes here into London before that storm, the worst of it, gets into your part of Laurel County. And it's almost to Interstate 75 with the torrential rain and the large hail with that.
And it just barrels forward. Yeah. So far, golf ball sized hail reported out of this one. All right, so there's the hail side of it. Winds up to most likely radar estimates 60, 70 miles per hour. And then this, which of course is the possible tornado still on the ground, because it's already been there and it's still on the ground. We're up to 111,000 outages. And by the way, you all see that QR code there at the bottom of the screen. If for whatever reason the signal gets disrupted for you, you can download our weather app by picking up your phone, hold it up, get to the camera, and it'll show you. And it'll take you right down to download whatever it may be, okay, whatever device you're using. So
you're getting some video out of with this storm, greater than golf ball size hail now, that continues to come in with this. So we are facing a multi-faceted severe weather event. We continue to talk about not only the threat for a tornado, but we are also talking about flooding. We're talking about up to baseball size hail potentially with this storm as it continues to make its way on through. All right, upstairs, I just retweeted a video from the Somerset area. So we can go through this and you will actually be able to, what looks like, see. Play this through, and I think
there it is.
We should be able to see. Look at that. You see our tornado there on that video out of Somerset area. It looked like some power flashes there too.
I mean, it almost has a little sidewinder twist there at the bottom. You see that? Yeah.
Yep. So that's what we got from down there. And, you know, I don't know if we have crews that are in that area or going that direction. May want to get in there, because that is a definite tornado that is showing up with that video coming out of Pulaski County. So, Jim, that goes with what the spotter was seeing to the southwest of Somerset a little bit ago. And that was in Somerset proper. So I guarantee you, looking at that and seeing the pictures that we've been getting in and the power flashes, you're going to have damage. It's late at night. You're in the middle of a severe thunderstorm and a tornado and rain and everything, maybe without electric. I promise you, here's what happens in setups like this. You don't get immediate reports because the lines of communication are down. Right, Jim? We've seen this many times before.
You know, I can remember.
You think you're okay?
Yeah, you remember March 2nd, you couldn't reach out to anybody, you know, and that could very well be happening down here right now with this.
Now, this possible or likely tornado is moving into sections of Laurel County, and it is essentially south of 80, and it is heading toward downtown London. It is just to the north of High Top, and Jim, daggone it, this thing is not going to lose that rotation, is it?
No.
It is not losing this at all. And it continues to show up very, very well. Here's 80. If we're getting the tornado, and I suspect we still are, it is right on top of the Laurel-Pulaski County line. So if you've got some loved ones in Laurel County, in London, call them up. Don't send them a text. They may not hear the text if they're asleep, all right? Call them up, wake them up, keep calling until you get somebody on the phone, and you tell them they have a likely tornado coming their direction and they need to find shelter, and they need to do it now. This is a likely tornado that is just to the west of High Top. Here's 80, here's East Bernstadt, this is downtown London, this is Interstate 75. This is a very, very highly traveled area.
Absolutely.
So here's the thing to the state police post here in London. It may be a good idea to shut down access to the interstate in this particular area for the next half hour. Because if there's a tornado here, Jim, it would cross the interstate.
Going to zip right across it very, very soon. Again, this storm itself is 45 miles per hour forward speed.
So this would be on top of Interstate 75. So again, if we could cut off access to northbound traffic somewhere around Corbin and cut off access to southbound traffic somewhere to the northwest of East Bernstadt, that would certainly be advisable. I know that may be such an extreme thing to do, but you know what? So is a tornado moving right across an interstate. And you see this spin that continues to show up very strongly. High top, Highway 80, East Bernstadt, downtown London, Jim. This is taking aim on downtown London, likely there in the next 10 minutes.
It'll be there soon. You're absolutely right. And again, confirmed tornado with this already. We've seen a history of it. We've seen videos. We've seen pictures. Train spotters, all the evidence is there, and now this is barreling forward deeper and deeper into Laurel County. Again, coming in just south of London. That's the trajectory that particular storm is on right now. But you can see it, and it'll be right on track here, Chris, as we move through this next little bit. No doubt about that.
Yeah, and just on this, Jim, you see what's known as the inflow notch right here. So the winds, even away from the actual tornado itself, a lot of times if it is strong enough, Jim, we saw this, back in you talk about March 2nd of 2012, you saw this with that tornado that hit back where we're from in Salyersville. You saw how the winds on that inflow were going into the tornado, and they caused a lot of damage, but not directly from the tornado. So sometimes that can be an issue, but when you're seeing this signature, folks, find the basement now. Please do us a solid favor with that one. This is a this is not a potential, this is a life-threatening situation here into Laurel County, and especially right on top of downtown London. Interstate 75, if you're along this, find your safe shelter. If you're in a mobile home, this is an area where we have a lot of mobile homes. You got a loved one, you got a friend, they're nearby, they got a basement, they're in a brick home at least. Provides much more shelter than a mobile home. You don't want to be caught in a mobile home, you don't want to be caught in your car. So at this point, we need to start hunkering down, and especially into London, as this supercell thunderstorm, Jim, producing a tornado, is bearing down on downtown London, coming up here in just a matter of a moment or two.
And it's been doing it.
Yeah.
It's been doing it for a while here. Yeah, I mean, you can see it right there. Yeah. I mean, that's just incredible, because the intensity that we're looking at, and with the rate of speed that's wrapping, that tells you that not only is it a tornado, a strong tornado.
A strong tornado, which is why we talked about the inflow of those winds that can cause some damage on their own. We saw that in Salyersville, where we're from.
Just as it gets sucked in. Yeah, absolutely.
And the good indicator of this is that little area. So the winds are being pulled in right here. That very, very tight rotation. We're up to 131,000 outages. How many customers, not people, customers without power? Do you have an idea on Pulaski County if we're getting reports of power outages there? That would maybe a little too soon for that to come in, and it is. You see the majority of those outages are showing up where the storms have been just a little bit ago. I suspect you're going to see the outage coming out of Pulaski County, Laurel County, that jumps up into the red here very, very shortly. Jim, notice Wolf County, quite a bit of outages there compared to how many customers you have. So that would be where you were tracking that 70+ mile an hour straight line winds.
Right, yeah, absolutely. That's when it was going down the Mountain Parkway.
Yeah.
That was when it was barreling down that area. So that fits into the overall setup as well. Here in Fayette County, severe thunderstorm warning now gone, Chris. But you have others that are in Jessamine County. You've got them in Madison County. All of these are severe with some very strong and gusty winds, but the potentially life-threatening situation, the most significant shot of it, is there in Laurel County right now, and heading closer and closer to the city of London. Again, wow, that thunder just got me there that I was listening to here. Again, it's not severe, it's just a thunderstorm here, but we're looking at one particular item here, y'all. This is what we are. Oh, wow.
We're getting more and more pictures and videos in of the possible tornado down there in Pulaski County, and that is likely now moving into Laurel County.
This is it right here. This is where you'd find the spin, y'all. Okay, you see that? That's it. This little area right here.
And that little area is tightened up.
It has.
That bit of red is showing up now a little stronger. And again, Jim, one of the reasons this is maintaining itself, it's on the southern edge of all this. And look at the angle of this. Everything is going back to the west. So this thing is really just wrapped up. And this is going to be heading into London and Sublimity City, Lily, that area. You're going to be under the gun for this likely tornado as it makes its way on through. We're looping this. Jim's taking it back a little bit. You see that inflow notch with the very intense winds here and to the northwest of High Top. This is our tornado. This is Interstate 75. This is going to cross the interstate likely just to the south of London, and it's going to do so very shortly. It won't take long. And so, again, if you know anybody that's driving the interstate up and down 75, whatever it is, tell them to stop, pull off the side of the road, wait till this storm gets across the interstate, and that will be making its way in all likelihood on the south side of downtown London.
That's what I'm looking for. I was trying to follow the trajectory there, Chris, so we could see the path that's already on.
Sublimity City and London, right? Sublimity City right down here.
Somewhere through there. It's somewhere in between, most likely. Yeah.
And there it is. I mean, that is textbook for what may be a rain-wrapped tornado with this. It would be hard to see as well.
That would be Bill says that'd be headed near the London Airport if it stays on that track then. All right, so there's that nugget of information too.
The Ferriston area, 25 down there, right?
We're going up to the newsroom just to kind of coordinate here a minute and see where we need to be.
Let us know what you hear.
We'll let you know what we're finding out. We already know that some reporters are out to kind of trying to figure out what they can see at this hour. So we'll be checking on things and let you know. We do have a crew heading to Somerset that just confirmed from our newsroom. So we'll get out there and figure out what's going on.
Good deal. Thank you, Bill. And of course, you know, when we said, Jim, we thought this could turn into what we call an all hands on deck kind of an evening, and here we are. So we were talking to the kids in Pulaski County a little bit ago. Laurel County kids, here we go, okay? Take a deep breath. We have got this. We're going to follow the safety rules that we practice during the tornado drills at school. It's the same thing applies. We're just going to be at home. First and foremost, let's take a deep breath. Let's stay calm. Let's listen to the adults that are with us, whether it be mom, dad, your older brother, older sister, your aunts, your uncles, your mama, your papa, whatever, all right? You're going to listen to them. We're going to follow their lead, and you're going to listen to what we're saying here, and we're going to get through this, okay? So we're going to follow the safety rules. Remember what you do at school. You get into the center of the school, right? And then you seek that shelter. You get down into a hallway, you cover your head, you crouch, you get as low as you can. That's what I want you to do for me right now, but I want you to do it instead of the hallway at school. Let's find the center part of your home. Let's find a closet, maybe a bathroom. Let's get away from windows. Let's get to the center part so we got more walls to give us more protection. And then we're going to cover our heads, okay? We're going to put on, if mom or dad got an old hard hat like this, we're going to put this on. If we got an old bicycle helmet, and chances are, most of you are going to have a bicycle helmet. If you're going to have a helmet, it's likely to be a bicycle helmet. Maybe you got a football player in the house or somebody that used to play football. Got a trophy helmet, put it on. You got a batting helmet, put it on. Softball helmet, put it on. Cover our heads. If you don't have a helmet, grab a pillow. We're going to cover our head. And we're going to get through this, right, Jim? One way or the other, we're going to get through this, okay?
We are, I promise. Everything's going to be okay. We just do if we take the necessary steps, Chris.
And this, you know, the worst of this is downtown London. Man, we're right in the line of fire. We're going to get the large hail from this, at least. Kiwi is just to the south of this, but to the north is where the absolute worst of this is likely setting up as of right now. So London...
It's like the velocity's not updating.
Yeah.
See this? It's doing it there too.
Okay, so we're losing a little bit of the velocity update because the storm's farther east.
Well, look at that. I mean, it's not matching up. So,
so the velocity is a little behind where the actual storm is.
It is.
So the actual storm is essentially right on top of Interstate 75
It
now.
is. That's what I'm determining, yes. Yeah, it's right there, splitting through.
And it won't be too much longer that this storm has to get an extension to the warning, Jim, which next up would be Clay County and northern parts of Knox County. Am I correct in this?
Yeah,
Burning
yeah.
Springs, Manchester.
That's what you would see.
Okay, if you're watching us Manchester, like we gave London half-hour heads up, we're going to give you a heads up. Find your storm shelter. Find the lowest point of your home. That's where you want to be. Amazing to look at Somerset. So let's say, Jim, we did get that tornado here, and by all accounts we did. We're getting in on a thunderstorm that's very close to being severe right now, on top of that. But what I'm noticing is that for the first time, this storm is getting a little competition. See the connector there? The connector? So this may try to weaken somewhat, because now it's not just the only dog on the block. It's starting to get a thunderstorm to come in from behind and catch it. Catch it. All right? Catch it and just do away with it. We want to get that to weaken. And just based on the radar picture, the overall structure of the storm is coming down just a little bit. It's not as severe just by the radar presentation. Now, it doesn't have to be as big to produce a tornado. Chances are it is still spinning, but we want this storm to disrupt the flow into this, to stop that spin. So that storm that is behind this in Pulaski County, Jim, let's hope that continues to race to the east and kind of catches it and chokes off the circulation.
Because that could change everything for us.
That's what we want to have. We need to choke off that circulation and that spin that has been ongoing now for almost 6 hours, give or take a little bit, since Missouri. It's truly incredible to watch that.
It has been. It's been around, and it's still around. I mean, it's there, and I'll tell you. See, I was like,
yeah, it's a little.
It's doing that here too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's had that history of tornadic activity this whole time too, and we're going to get tons of confirmed reports of this along the path.
Yeah.
Chris. That's ultimately what's going to happen out there. It certainly looks that way. Leah, you gave me a report a minute ago, and I got sidetracked. But you were talking about. All right, she's getting all that information back together for me. But we continue watching plenty of thunderstorms. I mean, they're going as far east as Pike County. So if you're watching us on a stream, I know you don't get us on cable or satellite there. If you're watching us on a stream as well. All right, what you got? Estill County saying that the emergency management over there, the signal over there for the weather radio network is not working. It's not getting triggered, Chris, and that's so we couldn't get any warnings out of that.
I just tweeted some video of damage.
Well, that's catastrophic
in Somerset. If we have a chance to pull that, and the tornado warning has now been extended, Jim. It does get into Clay County. So Clay County, northern Knox County, you are next with this possible tornado. Look, there's the video that is on social media right now, being sent to the National Weather Service in Jackson. Look at that. It looks like maybe a church.
Is that church just the
church?
The
oh
roof
wow!
ripped
Look
off
at the
of it?
signs there. So
That's
again,
exactly.
this is what we're dealing with there. If we could pause, if we could even just pause that here on this side there when we see that, to give folks an indication of some of the damage here into Somerset in Pulaski County. So that, Jim, is you're looking at that, and that's a strong tornado that has hit Pulaski County and is likely now moving into London. So Laurel County, this likely strong tornado is right on top of London and Sublimity City and is moving its way into Clay County. Clay County, Manchester, you need to be in the storm shelter immediately. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's get back to our radar. And Jim, let's go in and look at this storm again. Velocities, whether or not they're updating at this point, we know what we're dealing with, right? Heartbreaking to see that. Here's London with this possible tornado that is right on top of Interstate 75. This is going to cruise the Hal Rogers Parkway, and it's going to go toward Manchester into Clay County. The storm is not as intense as what we were dealing with a little bit ago, and we can go in and show you where the heart of this is. Jim, if we're getting a tornado, it is London, Sublimity City, over toward the Brock area, and anywhere along Highway 80 or the Hal Rogers Parkway. And it would be this part of Laurel County where we are under the gun for this possible tornado as it makes its way through. Here is Sublimity City, Interstate 75. Hopefully, we didn't catch anybody up on the interstate in a car, because Jim, as you know, cars, it just like a flying missile in a tornado a lot of times. So this is now rolling its way. This is Old Whitley Road. This is the Ferriston area, Kirkwood Drive, and rolling toward Brock. And eventually, this is about 5 minutes away, the worst of this, from getting into western parts of Clay County. Burning Springs, Manchester, find the storm shelter, find the basement. I know we may not have a lot of basements here. So we're going to do what we were just talking about to the kiddos, okay? We're going to find that lowest point of your home, your business, wherever you are. You're going to get low and you're going to cover up. You're going to protect your head. You're going to put as many walls between where you are and the outside as is possible. That's exactly what I want you guys to do. If you're in a mobile home, this is a part of the region where we have a lot of mobile homes. They are no match for high winds, let alone winds from a tornado. So what Jim is doing here, we're looking at something known as the shear tracks. Essentially, Jim, this is showing us the track of the tornado.
This is where it was.
This is it.
Yes.
And this, I think this only has the data from an hour, which is why it tails off back here. So I don't know if we could ask it to go back 2 or 3 hours, but it is showing us the fresh track across Mount Victory and passing just to the south of downtown London. So Sublimity City, London, the worst of this may have passed just to the south of us toward sections of Sublimity City and then rolling to the east. But again, the worst of this has likely hit the southern side of downtown Somerset. Burnside, we just missed this thing. It is the worst of this passed across 27, right through Mount Victory, and then toward the east. And where you see the purples in here, Jim, that is showing us where we likely had the strongest part of the winds, the shear.
It's in metric system.
Right, exactly. But nonetheless, that is showing us where we had some of the strongest spin with this over the past hour. And it was indeed just into the Laurel County line. Here's the line, Goodwater, Mount Victory. Gosh, we threw those names out. And now this made its way just to the north of High Top, and it continues to roll south of downtown London. Now, it's clipping the southern edge of the city, clipping a community known as Sublimity City, and is going to roll its way into Clay County, Manchester. You guys are going to take it on the chin with this. Severe thunderstorm warnings are out area-wide. What's happening, Jim, is that you're seeing the line back here to the west of this that is just collapsing toward the southeast very quickly.
I'm so glad.
Me too, because that means this thing's becoming linear. Yeah, you can get some big winds with it, but you're not going to get a devastating tornado like what just happened in Somerset. And by the way, to make matters, Jim, go back. Is this a new tornado warning?
There is another one. You're right. I didn't even see that pop out.
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, that is now a new tornado warning into Pulaski County with this second storm that is on top of Somerset. Yeah.
Sure is. Sure is.
Wow. Holy cow. Okay, let's stop it and look at it. Goodness. So the same area, maybe just a smidge north here into Pulaski County, where we had a possible, or where we did have a tornado, we now have another possible tornado, Jim. This one, a mile, 2 maybe, north of where we just had a potential devastating hit. I mean, maybe not even that.
And maybe it's not. It could be on the same track. Very close.
Very, very close. Maybe just a smidge north. This is another tornado, potential tornado in Somerset, in Pulaski County, that is going to roll its way. This is Shopville, Mount Victory. Don't come out of the shelters yet if you're listening to us, okay? Or if you just did, let's go right back. Sirens going. Look at that. Are you kidding me? This thing is tightened up. Just this sweep. So here we go again with a potential tornado. The second potential tornado in an hour in the same area of Somerset and Pulaski County. This is essentially now following the exact same path of the tornado that just hit this area. It may be a quarter of a mile to the north, but it is showing pretty good rotation that we're seeing with this now, Jim. And it's on the southern edge of that line. So this is going to follow a very similar path. We have numerous areas down here that we're getting confirmation on that have been devastated by a tornado. And now these same areas are very possibly getting hit by a second tornado. If not the same areas, it's going to be really, really super close to that. And this is going to head between Shopville and Mount Victory. And I got to say, folks, this is not a recording. This is the same thing I was saying 45 minutes ago, giving these folks a heads up, and we're saying it again. This is the same area where we are likely picking up on now, Jim, the second tornado in an hour. You and I commented before these storms ever got into Laurel or Pulaski counties on how there's something geography-wise down here that has a macro climate, a small climate where we get an inordinate amount of tornadoes into Laurel and Pulaski counties. We've seen it. We're doing it again tonight. Something down here gives these storms a little extra spin. And they didn't need it tonight because the atmosphere was already ready to throw some tornadoes down.
That's right. You're right. I'm talking back and forth with some people here trying to find out some specifics. There's a road called Hart Church Road down there that's just south and west of London. And the person I'm talking to, I'm trying to get them to talk to us. But anyway, they're saying they're in the basement and they don't know what's above them.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So that's very.
That's sobering. That's sobering.
That's right in that path. That's right in that path. I've been doing some looking here on some of the maps.
Yeah, and this is one of those where we're kind of going through social media right now, and again, folks, we appreciate all the videos, the pictures that you guys send us. They really, really, really help us out. Do not, under any circumstance, Jim, put yourself in harm's way to get a video or a picture. Okay?
It's not worth it.
Just don't do it. No.
It's not worth it.
Absolutely, absolutely not. What do we got now? Oh, there's the picture, one of the pictures of this tornado, Jim. Look at that. I mean, that is a classic supercell tornado that you're seeing there.
Oh,
right?
Wow.
I mean, you look at that, you're thinking, wait a minute, that's not Kentucky. But that's coming out of southern Kentucky, and that's what we're seeing. And again, Jim, let's go in and talk about this. The two possible tornadoes that we have that are ongoing. There's some of the damage out of Somerset that we are seeing right now, which appears to have taken a direct hit from a tornado. That same area is getting hit again by a possible tornado. Let's come back to the radar because we got a lot to still talk about and go through. So the radar image, here's a new tornado warning for Somerset. The tornado that came through there earlier is east of London, heading toward Manchester, Clay County. You guys need to be in your storm shelters. This is Jim. This is very, very likely another tornado.
It is intense.
This is. I just throw my hands up. This is between Shopville and Somerset. This is Mount Victory. And this is almost the exact same path, almost the exact same location as what we had 45 minutes ago. By now, what we're confirming was a big tornado hit into Pulaski County. So Laurel County, hopefully this initial tornado lifted and you guys just had some high winds and some hail. Okay, listen. Don't come out of the basements yet in London. Don't come out of the basements in Laurel County, eastern Pulaski County. This is very likely a tornado east of Somerset. Here is Somerset, almost the exact same spot. This is the Mount Victory area and Shopville along Highway 80. Now, granted, Jim, we're here, you're out into a little more open country, but a lot of people live out here. This is 80 is a very, very busy road.
A lot.
A lot of people not only travel this, they live off this thing, right? And down toward Mount Victory. So we're looking at this, and this thing is really tightening up yet again.
I'm looking at numbers over here, Chris, and it's very similar as far as the flow in and flow out as what we had earlier, which was impressive, and that's what this is.
I mean, you're looking at this thing, you see the inflow notch, you see the winds that are spinning here with a second possible tornado. If you walked away for a little bit and you're just now coming back, folks, this is a completely different tornado we're talking about in the same area that just had a devastating tornado hit. And look at that now, Jim, as the sweep goes through. This is heading to the north of Mount Victory. Let's go in and show folks some areas downstream of this. Essentially, if we called you out earlier, we called your name ahead of this last tornado, we're calling it again. It's all I can say at this point. You just head to the shelter. Again, stay there for a while longer into London. If you're in Manchester, that storm, that initial tornado is potentially moving into Manchester right now or within the next 5 minutes or so. But this is 192 right here from Mount Victory and rolling its way in between Shopville and Mount Victory is this tornado. And if you just look at the reflectivity from this, Jim, I mean, a little bit of lightning with it. Now all of a sudden you see this as it moves east. Now we start to pick up on higher reflectivity, an indication of probably what is some hail and a strengthening storm. We're not looking at winds with this. We're just looking at your typical radar view. But when we give this what we'll call an MRI, let's go in and look at this again to show the winds within this. So, you go and you get an X-ray, you get an MRI, and it shows what's inside. Well, we're looking at the inside of the storm and the winds. And Jim, right here is a likely second tornado that appears to be moving over the exact same area that just took one on the chin.
Right.
Ferguson, Somerset, the Sugar Hill area.
You said Ferguson. All right, now listen to this. Fire department just reported a funnel cloud there just a couple of minutes ago.
Okay.
Which is why I'm backing up the radar, which would, as you see there, confirm that.
So we look at this. It had the funnel cloud. Take that back, Jim, to where, there we go. So, okay, you see the weak rotation. Now watch this. As it moves to the east, watch this rotation intensify. Boom. So what was likely a funnel cloud there has shifted into a tornado and is between Ruth and Bent, Highway 80, Shopville, and down toward 192. This is going to head into Laurel County coming up very shortly. Whew. This is going to move over the same areas that were essentially in some cases leveled a little bit ago. And to make matters worse, I don't want to shortchange the flash flood threat down here because they've picked up in some cases on the day upwards of 5 inches of rain in some areas, and they are under flash flood warnings. They're under severe thunderstorm warnings. They're under tornado warnings, Jim, all at the same exact time.
All at the same time.
All at the same time in these counties. So it is a multifaceted severe weather event. So we're looking at the shear tracks.
All right, look at that,
with
Chris.
This.
Look how it's a little bit north of it. You see that?
Right here. This was the beginning of it.
Yeah, that's it right there.
It's only picked up on the beginning of this. Here's the initial tornado. Here's the potential second one right here. All right. So that's what we're dealing with. So that initial tornado hit right on the south side of downtown Somerset, and then the second one is firing up right here.
Right there. That's
it. I said a quarter of a mile, just throwing that out there. Okay, there's
Ferguson again. Remember, that's where we got that report for the funnel, and there you go. Yep.
And on 192 on both of those. So it's going to essentially follow roughly the same path, maybe quarter mile north, but who says it doesn't jog just a smidge south? These things aren't straight line in any one direction. So they can kind of wobble back and forth just a little bit. And there you see it updated there, Jim, to show this heading toward Bent, and it's picking up on that rotation even more, the shear associated with it.
What we're doing, we're looking at the past. That's the past to show us where it was, but that just gives us an indication of the track that's on. And again, almost a twin sister.
It is.
To the first one. It's just a little to the north. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And to see that, and if you look at it on that radar view that you have up right now, if you just look at those two, here's the initial tornado east of London toward Manchester. We said we wanted to see this second line catch this initial one. Well, the storm in Somerset decided it wanted to break free of that first line. So it started to spin on its own, all right? And what it is doing, it is ramping its way to the east, and you can actually see, Jim, just on the radar view, the inflow notch right here.
No, it's clear, very present.
So Manchester, listen, we're not going to shortchange you guys either here, okay? This is between London and Manchester, I believe. This is just to the south of Burning Springs. Likely some large hail with this. The Hal Rogers Parkway, there's the community of Bush, there's Burning Springs. The worst of this, Jim, if we're getting a tornado, it's going to be right on top. I would say if we're getting a tornado, but looking at that, we're probably getting a tornado still.
We are.
And it is right on top of the Hal Rogers Parkway. Okay, Manchester, listen, this is coming your way. It'll be there in 5 minutes. Find that shelter, and hopefully you already found it, because this is a likely tornado that is coming your way. So up next, Leslie County. You got a half hour, maybe, to get ready for a possible tornado heading toward Hyden into Leslie County. Manchester, Clay County. Hal Rogers Parkway right here. We know this has had a history of producing a tornado since Missouri, and it is still on the ground. It may have lifted up, chances are it lifted up several times, and that the thunderstorm decided the ingredients were right in one area to spit out a tornado. Not so right, same storm spit out tornadoes along this entire path from Missouri now into southeastern Kentucky. Right on top of the Hal Rogers Parkway, I don't want to say guarantee because there are no guarantees, but looking at this radar, very strong likelihood this is producing still a damaging tornado between the community of Bush and the Hal Rogers Parkway, Jim. Highway 80, Hal Rogers Parkway. Not a lot of real estate between those two. And this is far eastern sections of Laurel County, western parts of Clay County. Guarantee you we're going to at least get high winds out of that. That much we can guarantee. Whether or not this is still producing a tornado, we hope not, but the radar says, Jim, we don't care about your hope, because that is a signature for a tornado still making its way toward Manchester and Clay County. So if you are in Manchester into Clay County, you need to seek shelter immediately.
All right, we've got crews on the way.
Okay.
Bill's in here just kind of talking to it, but we've got people on the way, and what they're going to find is they're going to find a lot of devastation down there from already the videos that we've seen, and what will be coming in here over the next little bit.
Me and my hard hat over here.
Well, I mean, it took a beating there.
It did.
It did. But that is the first tornado. This is the second tornado that I want to back up and show you here. That is likely happening.
FYI, Jim, we just had just a little bit ago, 59-mile-an-hour gust at Bluegrass Airport in Lexington.
At Bluegrass, okay.
So chances are we've got some wind damage in Fayette County too.
You're probably right. All right, I'm going to get back into the give this thing another X-ray, good look at it on the inside, and again, still seeing some hints of it, but it's not as clear as it was a minute ago. Right now, we're kind of in one of those weird modes right now, waiting for it. Where's that?
It's in Somerset down there.
Oh man,
we got some new pictures. Well, no, we'll come back to those here in just a little bit, but you can see what we're dealing with the potential for a devastating tornado hit down there into Pulaski County. So, Jim, We'll continue, look at the radar. We'll talk through the folks upstairs. I'll give them a call up and tell them what we want to show in just a second.
What we want to show and what we can't show.
Yeah, right.
Right, yeah, absolutely. But look at that, Chris. Look at that one right there near Bush. I mean, it's almost like it's following the Hal Rogers Parkway. You mentioned that a minute ago, but it really is. That's exactly what we've got happening there right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I've got the community of what's called Hooker. You've got the city of Manchester, and it's headed right for you in Manchester. Right for you, Manchester. It's on its way right now. So you need to be prepared. A few minutes ago.
So we've got. I just retweeted, guys, a couple of the last two things I'd like to show, and we'll give the credit to the folks that sent those in. So we'll leave their names up there. Let's show you this. This is apparently the South Kentucky RECC there in Somerset. Took a pretty good hit.
That's their building.
That's their building.
Okay.
Now the next view. There we go. No, on down. I believe it will be the next one. That's out of Estill County. Look at some of this damage on that first picture, especially the big one. There we go. Look at the poles that are just about parallel to the ground now. Just devastation there. So okay, we can stop on that one because there were some things I didn't want to show just for copyright sake and what have you. But here's what we're dealing with across Somerset, Jim. That was likely a large tornado hit that moved through Somerset and maybe rated a major tornado. EF2 at least, I would think, by looking at that damage.
As I'm looking at it, it gives me, we were both on the ground after March 2nd, 2012. It gives me those feels, the same level of damage.
If we come back to the radar, that's Estill County, by the way, the Tipton Ridge area. So we have two potential tornadoes. One right here, ready to cross out of Pulaski County, our second. The initial tornado is right here, and Jim, this thing is still wound up very, very, very well along and south of the Hal Rogers Parkway, south of Manchester, southwest of Manchester. So that is heading into Clay County. That tornado, that likely tornado, is now fully into Clay County. If you're in Clay County and you're along the Hal Rogers Parkway, let's say you live within 5 miles on either side of the Hal Rogers Parkway, you are primed for this possible tornado. That red line is the Hal Rogers Parkway. This is our likely tornado. This second possible tornado, this one has not been confirmed. We did have, I think, near Ferguson, a funnel cloud officially sighted with this. But this is ready to cross back into western parts of Laurel County. So if you're in London, Sublimity City, we may have had a tornado a little bit ago. The latest scan that came through there shows that may have just lost a smidge of intensity, and we hope that is the case. Do I see multiple tornado warnings that have been extended here?
That's why I dropped everything for you, so you could see it.
Yeah.
So what they've done is they've put another out that's going to include Laurel, Pulaski, Jackson, Rockcastle, Clay. Again, this is completely separate, and this goes to 1 a.m.
So your initial tornado warning here goes right here. The second tornado warning now stretches from, this is the back edge, and goes all the way through Manchester. You're under two different tornado warnings?
They are, Chris.
Wow.
They are.
I don't know that I've ever seen that.
I can't pull them all down to show you individually, but yeah, that's
almost
what's happening.
28 years now, folks. Two different tornado warnings for two different tornadoes for Manchester into Clay County. You've got the one that is right near you. You've got the other that is back to the west of London and is rolling essentially on the same path as what was likely a devastating, strong, violent tornado into Somerset and now moving into London, or toward London. This from the second one is moving into that area. I mean, Jim, you look at this and I don't want to say it boggles the mind because it's weather, but daggone. That's incredible to see two supercell thunderstorms now lined up following the exact same path.
Yeah, I mean, they're overlaying. There's two different overlays on top of one another. You got two different ones there. It's just incredible to see that back to back with this. And the rotation in that one for Manchester, or at least close to Manchester, it has been very prominent for a while now. And look at that, Chris. Continues to be. Check it out.
Yeah.
Still,
Oh, wow.
Still on that higher end side, isn't it?
All right, so let's talk about this. Let's go into this is Blue Hole, the Manchester area, and the worst of this, Jim, I don't want to say it's going to just miss Manchester. It's going to be a really close call, isn't it?
Yeah,
very. I mean, goodness, it's going to be very close here to the Hal Rogers Parkway, Highway 11, from Manchester, Blue Hole down toward Woolham. Those are areas where, and especially near Blue Hole and the Hal Rogers Parkway, Manchester to Hooker, that area, this is where, if we're getting a tornado, it is right here. And that is going to continue to roll its way to the east and northeast. And if that can hold together, it has shown no reason that it can't hold together at this point. It's been going since it was in Missouri, and now it is in almost to Manchester. No reason that is it's given us that it can't hold together. And Jim, that would be pushing toward Leslie County up next. So we will give Leslie County a kind of a heads up. That warning has not been extended in there just yet.
No, it hasn't, but it won't be long.
Yeah, hiding in the Big Creek area.
It's just been too strong for too long. It's just it's a storm that's going to stay alive.
The hail signature on this second storm is ramped up a little bit, so it's got me a little concerned, Jim, as we go back inside and see what we're dealing with the winds here, the velocities. So Shopville, Somerset, Burnside, and points to the east, into East Bernstadt. So this would be, if we're getting a tornado, it is right here to the south of 80, and that's going to head due east. So the Goodwater area, Acorn, and then Laurel County.
Again.
Chances are right here, same area. Essential. I mean, obviously there's going to be some deviations. New updates going through there, Jim, and again, that is a small but tight rotation. That's not what you want to see. And you're seeing that negative tilt to this thing. Okay, maybe I could use my imagination and say that last sweep that went through there looks a little broader in terms of the circulation.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
It does.
I was looking at another product over here.
Maybe,
yeah.
But we've seen that with these storms before. Sometimes they flex a little bit, they relax, and then all of a sudden they tighten right back up and they go right at it again.
I mean, you've got a good little inflow.
You do have
there.
a great inflow on that. Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's not as like you said. Maybe it's turned into something a little broader, which is good. But it's there. I mean, there's certainly some wind feeding into this. But I mean, it's the reason we have that second warning.
And heading toward London, the hail with this golf ball to baseball size hail, I think is extremely likely into eastern parts of Pulaski County and over into London. So Bernstadt, East Bernstadt, Lilly, same areas we were calling 45 minutes ago to give you guys a heads up for a possible tornado. We're doing it again. And it's a separate storm. It is following the footprint of the storm in front of it.
All right, Chris.
Kind of laid down the tracks.
That Pulaski County warning has now been upgraded to a confirmed tornado in Pulaski County. I don't know why they haven't released that information, but they're saying that second tornado warning, it's another confirmed tornado.
So this is the second confirmed tornado in Pulaski County in an hour. In some cases, this may be hitting some of the same areas where we just had devastation. We'll talk to the folks up in the newsroom as soon as we get any crews down there. And I know it's going to be a struggle getting them down there. We get that. But as soon as we get anybody that is related with WKYT, our sister stations, what have you, let us know. We're going to throw them on. I want to see what's going on down there. We want to show people as well. 2 tracks. Now, the back edge of this is cutting off a little bit.
It's been wonky again.
It's been wonky. The back edge of this is cutting off. So this is only showing the shear tracks for the past hour. All right, so with each passing minute, you'll see the back edge of this cut off a little bit. Here's the track of the first tornado. Here's the track of the second tornado. I mean, Jim, I guess we could use the mileage on that thing, the ruler, to see how far apart those are. But
I'm highlighting number one,
yeah,
and
number
two
one,
for you real quick here.
and number two, and here, look at this. You almost get them to merge north of Mount Victory. You do get them to merge, actually.
Yeah, the paths overlap.
The paths are overlapping, and you can see the intensity of this initial storm. Here's tornado number 2, and yeah. I mean, they're essentially now about to overlap one another, and they're kind of meeting up. They're not meeting up together. The first tornado's already gone through, but the second one.
That's the measurement I got in that little gap.
Isn't that crazy?
That's how close they were.
0.3 of a mile apart for what may be devastating tornadoes within an hour. I would like to say this is the first time this has happened in Pulaski County. Pulaski County, back in super outbreak of 1974, the all-timer outbreak of tornadoes across the country, I believe we were hit by 5 separate tornadoes on April 3rd, 1974. Different parts of the county. I don't know that they crossed paths like this one did, but this is the first tornado. Look at this. That's a great illustration, Jim, on where this is. And then here comes the second one that is making its way through. Let's take this east. Let's see what this looks like over into Manchester right now, through London. Let's see if this dropped. Whoa. Okay, so you can see where you see the purple, the pink, indicative of where we had strong rotation with this. And Jim, that's pretty stout. That's showing some of the strongest shear with this. During the life cycle of this entire tornado has happened just in the past 10 minutes into far eastern parts of Laurel County and into Clay County. So, Clay County, chances are that is a tornado that is spinning to the south of downtown Manchester. And this second tornado would be right in here, heading into areas just to the north of the initial tornado coming into western parts of Laurel County. So this Jim, what a great tool to give folks at home an idea on the areas that were hit by this tornado. And look how not only how stronger this was here, look how much more broad we started to see this thing into areas southwest of Manchester. I mean, that real estate with it opened up quite a bit, didn't it?
It did. We've got a new warning coming for Leslie County, Chris. I'm going to back out to this. And oh gosh, that goes all the way through Hazard, actually. Oh, yeah, City of Hazard included in on that. That's right on that track.
And there's a new tornado warning behind that in Russell County.
There sure is. I'm watching one office this mornings right now, so I because that's where we are.
All right, so Russell Springs, Jamestown, tornado warning. That is the second tornado warning for the same area that is heading toward Lake Cumberland.
I'm going to go to the warnings map so it'll be cleaner to see, okay?
So here's the deal, Pulaski County. Is that going to be the third tornado that moves in? Nonetheless, here's the tornado warning, Russell County, tornado warning, eastern Pulaski County through Laurel County, into Clay County, into Leslie County, and into Perry County. That includes Hazard, it includes Hyden, it includes Manchester, London, we're in this, and then you got to jump back into Russell Springs and Jamestown. I think we covered the areas that, the populated areas that people would know just based on the place name. So this tornado warning goes 85 miles. Now, it's not a single warning. It's for 2 different tornadoes. So you got a span of 85 miles continuous of real estate. And Jim, that goes into Knott County too, and a small part of northwestern Letcher County. You may remember some of these areas because they were devastated by the flooding in July of 2022. So now they're under flash flood warnings and tornado warnings all at the same time. We know Pulaski County and Somerset, we've taken a devastating hit. Here's the overall view of the radars right now. Lexington, you're clear. Severe weather's off to the south of us, all right? We still have 2 more hours before we can likely sound this all clear, Jim, into southeastern Kentucky. Supercell thunderstorm that has spawned a tornado, likely more than one, on its path from Missouri through southern Kentucky, is going to take aim. It's on top of the Hal Rogers Parkway into Clay County. If you're in Hyden, Leslie County, Hazard, Perry County, seek shelter immediately, and that may get into Knott and Letcher counties. Now, here's the second system, and to be honest with you, Jim, this is looking to be the stronger of the two right now, just based on the radar presentation. Look at the large hail on the northern side of this. This is heading toward London, downtown London, where we just 10, 15 minutes ago were able to sound the all clear on that first tornado moving to our east. Well, now we've got another one that is moving in here. Somerset, that is off to our east now. But I'm watching another storm. We're going to go to Jamestown and Russell Springs into Russell County, because we also have a tornado warning that is out for those areas. And it is with this storm that is right on top of southeastern parts of Adair County, Russell Springs, Jamestown, Lake Cumberland. Jim, this is again kind of in that radar no man's land. Let's see what this looks like though, and see if we can find any spin.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
You see how when you get so far away from radars, curvature of the earth, radar beams, they shoot in a linear fashion. So they don't follow the curvature of the earth. So they shoot toward the tops of this, and you need to be able to see the low levels of thunderstorms to see that rotation. I mean, you can have all the rotation you want at the top of a thunderstorm. Doesn't mean it's going to drop anything. But again, Jim, there's enough with this for a new tornado warning for Russell Springs and Jamestown. That may get into western parts of Pulaski County and northwestern parts of Wayne County as well. So that would be, the original tornado came from this same area a little bit ago too.
It did. We were talking about these same warned areas, literally the same location. So I'm going to zoom back out a little bit with all the velocity data, and we're going to switch, it'll switch radars automatically. It's already doing it. But I'm going to go back in on the one that we've had two confirmed, but I want to go back on that one that's in Clay County right now. It's going to go into Leslie and then eventually into Perry County. It was a brute, and it remains oh wow, Chris, have you seen the velocity in the last little bit? There, look at that, look at that. Look at that, wow.
Gosh. Okay, let's go in on it, Jim. Let's see where we're at here exactly with it. Hal Rogers Parkway, Hector, what is this, 421. This is the Peabody area, Big Creek. You're into the eastern part now of Clay County, and you've got this likely tornado. Here's the community of Garrett, and this is rolling its way right on top of the Hal Rogers Parkway, and it is heading toward the Clay-Leslie County line. If you're in Hyden, the Big Creek area, find that storm shelter, do it now. Should have been in there already. If not, hey, listen, we're not messing around with this, okay? This has put down a devastating tornado already into Pulaski County, Somerset. This is the same one, and it is flexing again as it gets ready to move out of eastern parts of Clay County and move toward western sections of Leslie County. So that is going to continue to roll to the east and will be on top of the Leslie County line coming up very, very shortly. That new radar sweep went right through there, Jim, and nothing changed except this thing tightened up a little more.
Well, and that's not what you want.
No, it's not.
That means it is staying right on target.
You see how we're getting that spin right here. Winds in this, the brighter the red, the stronger the winds in one direction. The brighter the blues, the aquas, the greens here, the stronger they are in the opposite direction. You don't want to see those two side by side like this. That little couplet shows that we have a tornado in all likelihood right here along and just south of the Hal Rogers Parkway along 421, Markham, Big Creek. This is heading into western parts of Leslie County right now. This is ready to cross into Leslie County. Leslie County, you need to be in your storm shelter immediately from Markham, Big Creek, and eastern Clay County all the way over toward, what is that, Thousand Sticks, I believe, or near the Hyden area. and Stinnett and Asher. Jim, that's the Hal Rogers Parkway, and point south from there. That is barreling its way into your areas immediately. Find that shelter. Now, if there is, we're going to go back and see this this system behind it and that possible tornado, and that it's still there. May not be as tight of a couplet, Jim, and it may have shifted just a little north of London on this sweep, right?
That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, it does. But again, you've got that wind coming in on it.
Bernstadt, East Bernstadt areas. Is that right?
That is.
Is that what we're dealing with right in here?
Yeah,
Here's Greenmount. This is McKee and Jackson County. Yeah, that spin is now just to the north of downtown London.
Look at this.
Right on top of 30.
Another warning now going on the south side of Pulaski County.
Somerset.
Yeah.
Somerset, this is your third possible tornado in an hour, give or take just a few minutes. So this is coming in from the same area that produced a tornado a little bit ago, a devastating tornado. You followed that up with another possible tornado. Now we're doing it again, coming out of Russell Springs and Lake Cumberland across the Mill Springs area, and this is going to head toward Mount Victory and downtown Somerset, right here. This is barreling its way to the east and is another likely tornado. Jim, let's give it a look in and see what we can find here. May not quite be to the strength of what we had earlier. It's what we want, but again, radar no man's land here. As this gets a little farther to the east, just like what we were seeing earlier, that rotation shows up better and better the closer you get to that National Weather Service radar. Regardless of this, Somerset, you're getting likely flash flooding after taking a devastating tornado hit, and more hail is coming through and high winds. I mean, Jim, to say this is just a destructive night in Pulaski County, Laurel County, now into Clay County, maybe into Leslie County, would be an understatement. I mean, what is happening right now in Pulaski County has been life-threatening and continues to be life-threatening.
Yeah.
Because now you've got structures that are torn apart, likely homes that are torn apart, people who are in the dark, in the middle of a thunderstorm with severe weather still ongoing, and you're trying to find your bearings about you, and you may have just lost everything.
Could be right outside. That's what exactly. That's exactly what's happening. These people are trying to get things back to normal. Yes.
And finding your way, the only light that a lot of these people have right now is coming from the lightning. That's the only way they can see exactly what is going on in these areas. And that second storm, the second possible tornado, Jim, is just about into London right now, and the hail signature with that is ramped up a little more. We'll watch Mill Springs here in the northern sections of Wayne County, but the worst of the weather has been on this same corridor from Somerset to London and now to Manchester into Clay County. So we just watched these same areas getting hit one right after another, and that initial tornado is heading into Leslie County, Perry County. We know we're under that tornado warning. Up next, Daisy, Hazard. Find those storm shelters. And Jim, I mean, this thing just won't go away.
Look at that.
This is it right here. Here's Manchester. The line with Clay County, Leslie County is right here. And that continues to make its way through Markham and Big Creek. We called those out a little bit ago. And there's Thousand Sticks and other communities that are about to be blasted by this likely tornado. The Creekville area that is passing just to our north, it has been amazing to watch this thing, Jim, initially travel the Cumberland Parkway, and now it is traveling along the Hal Rogers Parkway. Not that there's any correlation at all.
No.
That's just the track they're taking happens to mimic those roads down there in southern Kentucky and going from west to east. But the signature that we continue to see on the Laurel and Clay County line is absolutely astounding with this. And I know we're both scouring some social media right now, and we're getting in more pictures up there. If you guys in the booth, I just retweeted a couple of pictures. So if we can get those up, that would be good. There you go. Take a look at downtown Somerset, Jim. Let's hit those individually and see what we're dealing with. And you see all kinds of destruction there. Looks like a building, a business is leveled on that one. This all coming out of downtown Somerset. Look at all the lines down. And Jim, if you look beyond that, you see a lot more damage. And when you look at that second structure behind that church, now, tell you what, I'm going to give our newsroom and folks in our booth a little challenge here, okay? Listen, I want you to go on street level into Somerset and let's find that church. Let's find what that looked like and that area looked like. I know we're going to take a little time with it, but let's see if we can find that particular area to show what we're dealing with, Jim, because to get that kind of damage on some of those structures, and if you notice beyond on down the road from that church, there was quite a bit of more extensive damage to those buildings.
Right. Getting all kinds of reports.
I got a video, by the way, for the booth from London and the possible tornado in Laurel County that I sent out there too. So if you guys, when you get the time, I know we're all busy. Look at this, Jim. This is supposedly from London a little bit ago,
London.
And no reason to believe it's not, but you can see there in the distance. And the amazing part is that the structure of that tornado looks exactly the same as when it was in Somerset.
Yep.
You see the power flashes. So, and that likely is looking south from the vantage point, or it hit south of downtown London based on the shear track towards Sublimity City.
Ooh, did you see that last strike come through? You could really see the structure then. Yeah. Oh, man. And that was from a little while ago. That's not right now, folks.
No, but that is the same storm that is showing up right back here on our radar, right here. And that rotation, Jim, is heading right toward downtown Hyden as this potentially catastrophic tornado is just continuing to do its thing. It is now inside Leslie County. So if you're watching us into Hyden, it's almost there. The Stinnett area down to Asher. Those communities along and south of the Hal Rogers Parkway along 421. This likely tornado is crossing into these areas right now. This has had a history of spitting out a tornado. Manchester, yeah, this storm is to our east now. You have another one just to your west. You have 2 tornado warnings in Clay County, which is mind-boggling to begin with, in the mountains of southeastern Kentucky for 2 different cells, but they are tracking along roughly the same areas, and that's what we're seeing right now with these storms that are making their way across parts of southern Kentucky. That corridor from the Cumberland Parkway and east. Let's go in and let's look at East Bernstadt. Let's look at the Bernstadt area. Let us look at what's going on here into London for this spin. That is a much more of a broad spin. But what we're dealing with here, what looks like, Jim, on the pin, maybe a little pinhead tornado spin up here, where you're getting this big gust of wind that is shooting east of London. And if we are to get a little tornado to spin up, it may be right about between the Greenmount area and East Bernstadt, right? It would be generally in this area. And now that's whatever, that broad circulation is not as strong in that particular sweep.
Right.
Which is what you want to see.
And we want that. We want that. We need that. So, wow. This has turned into quite the night of the severe weather. But we knew that this was going to be rough. And we've been talking about it since last week. And now here we are. Here we are with it. With one right after the other lining up and moving through our region right now, whether it be severe, whether it be tornado. They're out there, and they're out there in a big way, my friends.
Yeah.
They really, really are.
And we are pushing now, before long, we're going to be pushing 200,000 customers without power.
200,000 customers. It's a lot of people.
And again, the power outage reports out of Pulaski and Laurel are just beginning to trickle in. Let's look at that power outage map as Jim continues to investigate these storms. We can show, and yeah, you look at Pulaski County, Jim, you don't see a lot of outages on there, but look to the southwest of Bowling Green. Look at all those counties that are seeing substantial outages. Look at Wolfe County. Look at the Big Sandy Valley, Eastern Kentucky, and Magoffin County, Morgan County. You've got a lot of outages in there. Fayette County, not so much. Even though we did pick up almost 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but once we get those numbers in from Pulaski County, Laurel County, and over into Clay and Leslie, that overall number is going to take off and will likely exceed 200,000 customers easily.
And they're going to trickle in. That's what happens here in the next little bit. And we always say that about the storm reports too. They trickle in after the facts. That right there is still a strong presence of rotation. Let's go back to our radar so we can show what's happening there. It is stout.
That is stout, yeah, boy.
And
Hayden, that is heading right into downtown Hayden.
I mean, it is. Right there you see the city of Hayden. They're kind of hidden under that little glare, but there it is. I mean, it's coming right for you. That's going to cross over 421. And you want to talk about elevated places. You're talking about some of the highest elevated places in the Commonwealth as you start getting from that part of Leslie County going over to Harlan County. And these tornadoes will easily rip up and down those mountains without any problem, without any interruption. They will pass over those spots.
Yeah, and I'm scouring through social media right now, and some folks have sent us in pictures, Jim, of that street now. So they were watching, they were sending us in. They located where they probably from that area and had a good referencing point.
Yeah.
But this is, we have some pictures up, by the way, from social media, guys. If you guys want to take a couple of those pictures of what this area looked like. Yeah, a lot of folks really sending me the pictures out of that area. That's a picture of Somerset from earlier. Looked like a still from a video. There's the hail. And if you refresh the feed, I think you'll see the latest tweets that I had. There we go. And that's the structure that we're dealing with, Jim. That's the area that was just devastated. So if we can pull that picture up, and that's what we are dealing with right now. So yeah, that's a Lutheran church there and points to the south that was just devastated. So if we can maybe pull up that video here in just a little bit. We'll come back to the radar, and whenever you guys find that video, we'll pull that back up. But that's the area devastated by a tornado hit tonight. Hayden, Wendover, this is Hoskinston toward Asher, he says, into southern parts of Leslie County. This spin is right here. This would be the same storm that produced that devastating tornado in Somerset toward London, and it is now rolling its way fully out of Clay County and into Leslie County and toward Wendover and Hayden. That is a possible tornado. Here's what this same storm did into Laurel County. That's the church, Jim, that we were just looking at. If we could pause that here at the beginning of it. That is the church that we were looking at the street level mapping just a moment ago. And you look at the building beside it, I believe that street level mapping had that as a restaurant, coffee shop, and I think is what it was. And look at that building.
Leveled. Leveled.
Pretty much leveled.
This is what this is. You've got a wall or two hanging up, still up, and that's it.
Oh goodness. Okay, and that same storm is holding together, and it is holding its own. And it is still producing a possible tornado here south of Hal Rogers Parkway, Markham, Big Creek. Hopefully everybody here is okay. That just came through there. And Jim, it's still got that spin as it gets ready to blast into downtown Hayden. Now we're getting into a part of the state where I don't know if we have tornado sirens necessarily in some of these areas.
No.
in Leslie County. I don't know if we got tornado sirens for sure. I would probably not. Hazard, Jim, you'd know more?
No.
No? It was a coffee shop, by the way, that was
don't have
destroyed.
them
So now you guys are really relying on word of mouth and your phones to go off, your weather radios for us on TV, on air, on social media, on whatever form to get the word out. So do me a huge favor, no matter where you're watching me from right now. If you know somebody into Hayden or into Hazard or into Leslie and Perry, call them up. Don't text them because they're maybe asleep and not hear it. Call them up, pester them, wake them up. All right, just keep calling. Wake them up and say, hey, there's a likely tornado coming toward you. I need you to find shelter. And if they're mad at you for waking them up, they can get mad and stay mad for a little bit. They'll get over it, right? But they'll live to get over it. Back to the west of us, Jim. We still track this possible second tornado, and then a possible, hold up, is that the third tornado warning is gone now. I'm not missing that, am I? That was right here. So that's gone, I believe, right?
Right. All right. Now I just got information from folks in Somerset saying, stay home. There's a lot of people coming into the area. They're getting in the way of rescue folks, and rescue folks are working hard to try to help people. We haven't heard anything about casualties or anything, Chris, but they're trying to get people straightened out down there. So if you don't live there, you don't need to be there, and you certainly don't need to be there tonight.
And I would imagine you're going to get similar pleas from emergency officials, not just into downtown Somerset, but Jim, eastern Pulaski County, Laurel County, maybe into Clay County. And keep in mind, we said this before the storms hit, that it is there's never a good time for severe weather. There's a bad time, and it's at dark. It's the absolute worst time. And Jim, in this area where sometimes cell service isn't the best in the world,
it's not.
To begin with, okay? So now we've got electric out, you got cell phone towers that are down. Information in a lot of cases is going to be really slow to come in. So you don't get a full grasp of how bad things are until the next day. And I think that's where we are with this setup right now. So that second possible tornado into the London area, following that similar path and heading toward Manchester with the lead tornado potentially right on top of Hayden in Leslie County. To be talking about 1, 2, and 3 supercells lined up over the same areas, you know, Western Kentucky, okay, that
checks out.
It would check out. It would still be a big deal there, but you're closer to, you know, true tornado alley. Here in southeastern Kentucky, no. You typically, that's crazy to see. You get a weak tornado touchdown, it's gone. Somerset, we've taken it on the chin tonight from what was likely a strong tornado. Just looking at the damage, which is what the National Weather Service will rate that thing on, based on the damage that it caused. Chances are, Jim, looking at that's EF2 at least.
Oh, yes.
It's EF2 at least, so.
You're talking about very large, strong structures that have been just knocked around. So yeah, you're getting to that level. You're getting to that next level.
You know, and the thing too is that when we were showing you the tornado forecast, when we had all the hatched lines, if you remember, and we said it looked like prison bars or jail bars, all right? That was an indicator from the Storm Prediction Center that those black lines suggest the hatched area where you have a chance for strong tornadoes. Daggone it. If we didn't get a strong tornado into southern Kentucky, and that thing may still be spinning right on top of Hayden. It's a little broader spin right now, Jim, than a few minutes ago. So hopefully that's a positive sign. But
I swear it's right on top of them.
It is on top of downtown Hayden, and it is continuing to make its way through there very, very quickly.
All right, I'm going to go even closer. And again, you're going to be able to start seeing the topography of the region. I'm also going to adjust this camera view. It's too angled for me. I want it to be flat so you all can see this better. There we go. All right. The only problem is it hid some of when you get this close, it kind of hides some of the names. But there it is. City of Hyden, it's rotating right there for you, unfortunately, and will continue to do so. So these are winds going away from the radar. Here are winds coming toward the radar. You've got that circulation right there, which would mean that it could translate into something spinning all the way down at ground level. And this right here has already had history of producing tornadoes. Yeah, there's no doubt it was producing it when it got into Clay County, no doubt when it was in Laurel County, and it's still a really good chance that it's producing one there in the city of Hyden too, right now, or somewhere thereabouts in that general vicinity. That's what it looks like here for us at this moment.
Yeah, and we continue to get more damage video in. So again, we'll up in the booth and we're getting some pictures in.
Now Phil Pendleton's on his way.
From Airport Road there in London.
Okay, all right. Airport Road in London, looking right.
Looks like a plane, or is that's a helicopter?
Shane Smith.
That's a helicopter.
Shane Smith, is he the one who sent you that?
No, this was from a different. But I'm getting all kinds of major
helicopter
damage at the airport in London. Took a direct hit from the tornado. Now there is a camera there, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know if it was able to pick up anything. But yeah, I am getting for the folks up in the booth. We got a few pictures sent to us from the airport there. Look at this, Jim. So pull that, take that up full. That picture, that looks like, that is from the London airport. That is an air evac. Look at that thing. So that's what's left of it. Now, obviously that was there, used by hospitals in the region, right? And I mean, that thing is just torn to shreds.
This might be a night that they needed it too, know? And that's going to be a little strain on just getting the proper health care there.
So that gives us a good idea, and I do believe that you called out the London airport. Bill said, "Hey, that's very close to where the London airport is."
Bill
right?
said that. Bill said that's right there, and sure enough, that's what we're getting out there. You go east of this, or you go back toward our home. There in McGoffin, things are much calmer, Chris.
Yeah.
These are thunderstorms. They're going to be strong and severe, but they're not like what we're seeing down here. Not like what we're going to see that's going to race through Hazard after it gets through Hyden. Well, south of Hazard.
Right.
It's not going to be like that. So just continue to pay attention to the weather, but your threat is a little on the lower end side. But look at that. Another tornado warning. That one that marches through Manchester. It's just one of those rough nights in weather that you can't wait for it to end, because the longer this goes, the more likely something bad can happen to somebody.
Now, looking at this, this is the best view. I mean, it's east of here, but that's the first one. This would be the second tornado warning, right? With that between London and Manchester, and this is now much broader in terms of the overall structure. Instead of a tight couplet where you've got to spin, this is just a broader view now, Jim. So this may have transitioned into more just straight line winds with this second possible system. The lead system, though, is still going, and that too is broader, east of Hyden. So we don't have that super tight couplet like we had a little bit ago with this just to the west of Hyden. So that's what we are seeing as of right now with this. So finally, maybe, I don't want to say this really loud, Mother Nature may hear us, but this thing, Jim, is not as stout as it was even 20 minutes ago. Let alone 30 minutes ago, right?
No, it's nowhere close.
It's lost the circulation, it's lost the spin with that, and it continues to make its way to the east of Hyden. That is more of what looks like a just damaging wind event now toward the areas east of Hyden.
Right. Look at all that. Oh, man, when the sun comes up, this is going to be, it's going to look like a very different place for a lot of folks, Chris.
It is. We'll get and again, we have our own Phil Pendleton, who is just about into Somerset now, or getting close, right? If
yeah.
he can get close, and as long as he's safe, that's the important thing. And once he gets there and gets us a video, then we will get that on for you guys. Get a live view. Yep.
Is he out there already?
Is he there?
Oh.
Yeah, if he's if he's going to be there, we want a live. We want phone. We want whatever we can get. If he's going to be there, we're going to put him on.
Yeah, we want to talk to him for sure. Yeah.
That's what we're doing here. But yeah, the tornado warnings that continue into southeastern Kentucky are generally now, Jim, for storms that are weakening.
Considerably weaker than they were.
Thank goodness. Unfortunately, they still could be packing 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and large hail and flash flooding into these same areas. So London, Greenmount, Manchester, over to Hyden and Hazard. You're technically under tornado warnings right now, but we'll broaden this out. And even watching those storms on the southern edge of this, we'll have to keep an eye on those coming out of Whitley City, out of Monticello, Wayne County, McCreary County, toward Corbin and Williamsburg to see what happens there. But the storms that are to the east are becoming now more, instead of supercell thunderstorms that were spinning, like that lead supercell thunderstorm developed in Missouri. It's absolutely astounding to watch that thing. It's had a tornado warning with it since, I believe I started tracking this on WKYT News at 5, coming out of southern Missouri into western Kentucky. And that thing is still going with a tornado warning into Hazard, into areas just to the west of Hindman. But the structures of both of those storms are coming down. It got a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain.
And here's what's happening. So it looks like moving forward, there's the folks at the Weather Service who are responsible for issuing warnings.
Yeah.
They see what you and I see, and they are going to convert these back to severe thunderstorm warnings.
Okay.
And they're going to have a tagline, and this is something that you and I know and we share with the audience.
Yeah.
With the tagline, tornado possible.
Sure.
To keep that elevated threat there. So that's what's happening. We're about to go out of tornado warning mode, but still the possibility.
And in another hour, those storms are pressing out of Kentucky into southwestern Virginia. And hopefully they continue to weaken along the entire track. That is what we want to happen. The structure of these thunderstorms continues to become much more linear as this whole line, everything that is out there is just consolidating into one main line of severe thunderstorms. So the spin is much, much less. And there you see, Jim, that severe thunderstorm warning now out goes into Letcher County, into sections of Knott County and part of Perry County as well. So they'll let that tornado warning transition into a severe thunderstorm warning with damaging winds. And we're looking inside both of those. And the couplets, the spin that was a sure giveaway to a tornado, those are pretty much gone now.
And it was brutal earlier. All right, there's another severe thunderstorm warning kicking out there. So yeah, I mean, they continue to kind of pump them out. So things are changing a little bit. We're evolving, and we're getting into a better place. It's still a dangerous night for a few more hours.
So I want to take this from where this storm is right now and go back here. You're talking about more than 400 miles. I started tracking this storm that developed here into southeastern Missouri. And that's where it is now, almost into Knott County, Kentucky, from Missouri. And it made the entire trek to the east, and it did not deviate much at all. And it is astounding to watch to look back at some of the forecast models of the rotating thunderstorm tracks from the model known as the HRRR, the HRRR, Jim, that had that one just huge track that you couldn't miss that essentially covered this entire area like what we're seeing now.
Nailed it.
It nailed it. It really, really did. And that's hard to do.
You want to go back and look even more?
Yeah.
Let's see how far back we can get that
radar.
radar.
I'm going to take this back 6 hours. Now, this will take a little bit for it. It'll jump back on us. But
I'm just curious to see now. Okay, there it is.
There's 6 hours. 6 hours ago.
So this was at 6:54 p.m., y'all.
That was this storm right here. Okay, now watch this. Now we'll let this go, and you guys watch where it goes.
Wow. And has likely produced a tornado a lot of that path over the past 6 hours.
Let's go back. Well, I guess we can go back 12 hours, but that may be a little too much.
Well, go to the custom button. Can we customize that one?
We probably can. I'm afraid I may eat up a lot of the data in this thing, you know?
Up, yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that. It's trying to go back and show those thunderstorms from earlier. But we will track this. Hang on.
All right, Christopher, tornado warnings will be allowed to expire at the top of the hour.
Goodness.
At the top of the hour.
Good.
So you're backload. All right, so what he's doing is backloading data so we can watch the progress of that storm.
But you could see the lightning as it picked it up out of Paducah, and that's the same storm that is out there now. I mean, watch this thing. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, the thing did not deviate. It's astounding to see a storm like that continue to track due east. So we are just about, for the first time in hours, for the first time since 5 o'clock or so, no tornado warnings in Kentucky. That's about where we are in just a little bit. You know?
Getting reports out of Laurel County near Sunshine Hills community there in London. I'm not getting reports, I'm seeing them. This is on Facebook right here. And look at this in front of you.
Oh, wow.
More damage, more homes ripped apart. And that's in London. That comes from the Laurel County Fiscal Court, and that comes from our own Shane Smith, who shared that with us. Just awful. Just awful out there.
Yeah, this is the London aspect of this, I think, is, look at this, Jim. This is,
there it is. Yeah,
here's some video. This is a neighborhood out of London, right?
It's a neighborhood out of London. It's like Sunshine Hills, I believe is what it was said. Sunshine Hills.
So what we're looking at there, the Sunshine Hills neighborhood into London, that's devastation. That again is, you're looking at EF3 or greater for a tornado. Jim, unfortunately, the devastation, we won't know how bad until tomorrow. We hope and pray there are no injuries or fatalities, but when you see the videos and the pictures we're getting in, it puts your stomach just drops out a little bit, doesn't it? Because you know some folks probably have been injured within this.
You do.
And
there's no way around it.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Here we are at the middle of May. Kids are ready to go into the summer break. You've got Memorial Day weekend just around the corner, and now we're seeing scenes like this playing out, and that's terrible. That's out of London, by the way.
That's London.
That's a neighborhood, and and the reports we're getting from those areas are not good right now, and we've got crews that are on the way down there. So let's come back to the radar, guys, and it's heartbreaking when you see that, when you know that folks are suffering, Jim, in a setup like this, and it is still raining. They're still getting on severe weather into these same areas and likely dealing with flash flooding too.
And that threat will continue. To kind of look down the road here, we get into next week, we're back in the thick of this. Tomorrow is going to be a day that Pulaski, Laurel County, Clay County, perhaps, they're going to need, Chris. They're going to need the dry time. They're going to need the quiet time.
Yeah.
Because we are not in a good place down there. Again, let me squash this real quick. There are internet rumors out there already, because I've been messaged multiple times asking about mass casualty event in Pulaski County. And here's what I can tell you. We have not officially heard anything like that.
Right.
Okay? But as soon as we do, we will get it to you. That's why you got to watch where you get your info, whether it's on X or it's on Facebook or whatever. Sometimes people just want to stir you up. So let's wait before we talk about that and spread lies, because that could very well be a lie now.
Exactly. And in today's age, unfortunately, people spread things that just are not true. And we certainly do never want to feed into that. We want to wait for verification, and we certainly are hoping, praying for the best for the folks down here. But as it currently stands here, Jim, and when we were tracking this and watching that on radar, you knew nothing good was happening from this. Nothing. Now, we continue right now to see the tornado warnings. There are no tornado warnings across Kentucky. But I don't want us to give up coverage yet, because I want to wait and show some videos and some coverage. Hopefully we have some crews that are en route, and we get some word from them shortly. Even if I should say they are getting some information, if they're close, if we can get them on the phone, anything like that, let's effort that, because this is a night to where, you know, we've got some folks here in the Bluegrass State that are dealing with a tragic situation, Jim, where they've, in a lot of cases, you look at those videos, they've lost everything. They've lost their homes, may have lost their businesses, their jobs, their way of life, and that's what we're facing right now.
It is, and again, very, very sad night that's coming together here, and has over the past several hours. Let's look at the outage map, and you can see now the numbers are coming up a little bit, because we're starting to see more reports come in. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a dead zone, there's a dead time during a storm where you don't know, but now you can see the numbers continue to climb, not only in south central and southern Kentucky and western Kentucky, but right in our area as well too. You get out into eastern Kentucky too, so you're looking at multiple outages, a grand total of 171,000 customers. Mm-hmm. Customers. Now that could be businesses, that can be homes, that can be a lot of people. So there's that aspect to this as well. And in a lot of those videos that we've seen from Somerset especially, you see the lines, they're down. I mean the whole poles are snapped. So that's what we've got out there too.
So what we're dealing with right now, we continue to track severe weather across the southeastern part of Kentucky. We have no active tornado warnings for the first time since roughly 5 o'clock this evening anywhere across Kentucky. That does not mean we still cannot fire up another tornado before this line gets out of the southeast. That is not going to happen for another 45 minutes to an hour, but that line, the leading edge of this, is picking up steam, and it is heading to the south. And the more I look at this as well, in addition to the devastating tornado hit we have taken here, we're likely seeing, Jim, devastating flash flooding that we may not even be getting reports on, because electric's out, because communication is out. Some of these areas picked up almost 4 inches of rain this afternoon, and they're getting absolutely the hammer dropped on them right now with torrential rain. That's easy, another 2, 3, 4 inches of rain, potentially from a cluster like that is showing up, and you see all that heavy rain developing behind it. So into London, into Somerset, where we have been devastated by a tornado, we are dealing with a heavy rain and lightning event, and in some cases, Jim, the lightning is the only bit of light that folks have to see what's going on.
Literally.
And I can't imagine how frightening that is down there. No, you have no electricity, and your house just got hit by a tornado. You don't know where you are. The only part of the world you can see is when lightning keeps flashing through the sky. And that's what our friends and neighbors down here in Laurel and Pulaski counties are dealing with.
No new info coming in here from emergency management or anybody yet. But again, hopefully we can get some of that soon and get some more confirmation on some of this stuff that's happening or happened. We can confirm that there was a tornado in Pulaski County. There was likely a tornado in Laurel and Clay County as well. This was a storm that had a history of producing, and again, we've been able to confirm it there in Pulaski, and just from pictures and video, you can certainly back it up there in Laurel County too.
Yeah, I think without question, you're going to see tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, you're going to get a full idea of the devastation. And you know, yesterday, Jim, I was talking on air when I was showing the future hour by hour forecast, and we were saying, goodness gracious, by sun up on Saturday, it's going to be a blue sky and very pleasant, calm conditions. And I said, specifically, I hope we're not, when the sun comes up, picking up the pieces from devastating tornadoes. Unfortunately, that is going to be the case into Pulaski County, into Laurel County, and very, very likely into areas of Clay County and over into Leslie County as well. So from Lexington, Richmond, Georgetown, severe weather threat's over. Severe weather threat is over into Somerset. It's noisy, it's loud, it's going to rain. I mean, it's going to pour for a couple of hours, but the overall severe weather threat continues to diminish. Still into southeastern Kentucky, we have some hot spots that we got to keep an eye on. I'm going to watch these areas from Williamsburg to Whitley City to see if we find any bit of spin. Nothing showing up right now, but along that line where we know from time to time it's been spinning up some tornadoes, nothing is out there at the moment that is giving us pause, or maybe just a little bit of some a little broader circulation there southeast of Hazard, heading into southwestern parts of Knott County. That is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll cross over into western parts of Letcher County as well. So right now, nothing that is out of the ordinary in terms of the catastrophic tornadoes that we were picking up on radar earlier. So as a matter of fact, right now you just have a handful of counties that are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Knott County, Letcher County, Perry County, back into Clay and Leslie, and a whole bunch of real estate now across the southeast that are under flash flood warnings with likely devastating flooding, Jim.
All right, we've got some retweets so she can find it. Phil Pendleton has arrived, and he's got a couple pictures and video of the scene down there in Pulaski County. So we'll get to see some of that. Hopefully we can get Phil on here. If he's down there, he can at least talk for a minute.
Yeah, if we can get him on the phone, that would be great, guys. And we can show the videos. Okay. Call him up. We got to get some folks some real-time information coming from down there from our crews. This is what he sent us, and if you look there in that video, Jim, that is just almost a convoy of law enforcement and emergency officials coming into Somerset. He says he's told most of the damage is around Light 22 because so many power lines. This is as close as he can get, and you see. Again, I can imagine surrounding counties that weren't impacted are sending everybody. I mean, we saw this on March 2nd of 2012, into eastern Kentucky, where neighboring counties, they responded. That's what we do in Kentucky. You help your neighbors.
We help our neighbors, and Phil's from down. He lives down around that area. He's up in Lincoln County, so it's an area he knows well. He covers it, quite frequently for us, so he knows a lot about that. So. That's what we're seeing down there at this moment.
And there's some of the pictures he's getting. He said that's as close as he can get as of right now. And obviously they've got crews that are out blocking that off. We don't want, they are asking us to relay information to say, hey, don't come right now. They need all the manpower. Instead of directing traffic and what have you, they need it toward searching, rescuing, and everything else that's going on in those areas. So, and we've seen that many times through devastating areas, whether it be flooding, whether it be tornadoes, or what have you, Jim. The natural reaction for people, they want to see. They want to see what happens.
They do.
That's just it's human nature.
I'm hearing from one of our foreign producers here. Mm-hmm. and she says that a lot of homes in that Sunshine Hills area that we were talking about, and we saw some video of earlier, are quote destroyed. So I don't know what magnitude that means, if it's completely gone. There's even debris all over I-75 down there too, as you can imagine. So again, that coming from Megan Williamson Fields. Megan, we appreciate that.
Have we heard from my buddy Shane down there? Is he okay?
Shane's good. He went to his parents' house.
Good.
Again, he's sent some reports to us. Phil is en route to the EOC. Trouble getting there because of down power lines across roads going into Somerset. So you saw that there. You saw him getting the video and what he tweeted. So now I'm getting all kinds of this information there too. So that came from our news director, Robert Thomas.
Okay. Well, if for Phil down there, if we can, somehow get him to kind of call us up and let us know what he's seeing, give us at least a play-by-play speakerphone while he's driving, and it would certainly be beneficial to people who have loved ones down there right now that are probably a little frantic.
Right, and one of our extended team members, Shane Smith, meteorologist,
yes.
he's going to join us on Zoom.
Okay, oh, good deal. Good.
He's going to join us on Zoom here.
Good.
Robert's going to set that up. So
okay,
we're going to get him.
So again, safe to say, Jim, Laurel County and Pulaski County, devastating hit from a tornado. The reports in the middle of the night are going to be slow to come in. Going to be really, really slow to come in. Now, what we're going to be dealing with, you kind of have to, you know what's coming, but you don't at the same time. You know the news is just going to get worse through tomorrow morning.
It always does.
So that's kind of where we are with this. Outside of that, that's I'm not going to speculate on anything and what's going on down there.
Right. Again, don't believe everything you see or hear on social media. We go through a process, especially local television, where we fact check and we talk and try to get to the bottom of things. Okay.
We verify
that, because there's no need to send you into total chaos and concern. So we will get on top of it. I can tell you that it's a rough situation down there just by looking at the videos.
Yeah, no doubt. And businesses getting hit in the middle of the night by a tornado, it's terrible. Neighborhoods getting hit in the middle of the night, frightening, because that's where people are.
That's where people are.
You know, businesses, they're not there in the middle of the night.
No.
In all likelihood, right?
No.
Homes, that's where the potential for any injuries or anything like that. And we've heard nothing about injuries.
So far,
right?
That's right. We have not.
And we hope and pray that continues to be the case.
And again, I know that's been passed around out there, but we have not heard it, and we're in direct contact with officials that are out there reviewing these things.
Yes. And as soon as we get any kind of official down there to comment on what may have happened or what is ongoing or what is going to be happening, we will bring that to you guys. So as of right now, though, Jim, what we can control is what we're dealing with right now, and that is a line of severe thunderstorms that is about a half hour away from getting out of Kentucky and getting into sections of southwestern Virginia.
And they're going to expire the warnings on those too.
Yeah.
So what Chris is saying is the severe threat has gone down significantly for us tonight.
Yeah, if you're here in Lexington Metro, we've been in the clear now for an hour and a half, 2 hours. London, Corbin, Somerset. I mean, you're in the clear for any additional severe weather. Southeastern Kentucky still have a low-end threat along the Virginia border for the next half hour, 45 minutes, and then, Jim, we're going to call this a FWAD that is over, a first alert weather day that will end.
It is over.
Even though the first alert weather day is going to end, unfortunately, the picking up the pieces, the cleanup, the rebuilding is just beginning. And now we look ahead to the potential for more devastating weather early next week. Phil Pendleton is joining us now. Phil, I know you're seeing a lot of what's going on down there. What can you tell us right now, buddy?
Well, I just got to Somerset, and because of the situation, I am not able to get very close to the area of the most destruction. Apparently, it's light number 22, and I came in from the north. Now, when you come in from the north into Somerset, Science Hill and North Somerset, Highway 80, that area, it looks like nothing's wrong. All the lights are on, all the traffic lights are working. But when you get slowly into the area around where the Center for Rural Development is, and a little bit further south than that, you can start seeing the traffic lights start to flash. And then you start seeing police cars, and then you start seeing emergency vehicles, and then you see road closed. Number 19, where the Mellow Mushroom Restaurant is, you can't get any further south than that. And I wasn't able to get any further south than that. They told me to hang tight and go to this other area. But what I've been told is there is a lot of damage, a lot of power lines down, and that's the main reason why they would not let me get much closer than what I was because of the number of power lines down. So if you're coming into Somerset from the north, you're not going to be able to get any further than light number 19. And I've been trying to get a hold of some of emergency officials, but because the situation is so fluid, it's really hard to get information. But I've been told simply there's a lot of destruction and a lot of damage.
Phil, there's one of these dirty rumors going around down there about mass casualties, and I mean they're asking us about is have you seen or heard any indications that this was a fatal event for folks in that area? I know it was rough, but have you heard anything? I know you're trying to get all the information.
No, I haven't heard that yet. That's news to me as well, and right now I'm actually at the intersection of 1247 and 914 in Ferguson, and it amazes me how much traffic there is still out here at, 1:16 a.m.? There's a lot of people driving around, and that's surprising to me. But yeah, but while I was on the phone with you, the SRT Special Response Team captain or commander had called and was probably going to leave me a message. So I'm going to find out what he had to tell me, and then I'll let you all know what he tells me here in the next little bit.
And Phil, before you jump off here to take that, can you tell us what the response that you're seeing down there is from emergency crews?
Well, I think it's pretty much all hands on deck. There are police everywhere. There are emergency vehicles all over the place. I think just about anybody and everybody who's a first responder was probably given the call to respond. And right now they're just trying to get organized, and they're trying to set up different areas. That's why that's why so many roads are closed, because they're still trying to get in there and assess the situation themselves.
All right, Phil, we'll let you gather some more information. Get back to us as soon as you can find out some more info, and stay safe down there, buddy, all right?
All right, we'll do it.
Thank you. That's our own Phil Pendleton, Jim, in Somerset, where we took a direct hit into parts of Somerset from a tornado earlier. Also into London, Laurel County, taking a direct hit as well. And we continue to get in information around the airport from subdivisions and neighborhoods that are near the London airport there that were, in some cases, we were looking at video destroyed. We've had reports, I'm getting some social media reports from reliable folks down there of talking about injuries in those neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. And these are some folks that aren't intentionally misleading us, and so that's what we hope is not the case. But I would imagine the hospital down there is probably calling in a lot of extra people tonight. The hospital down in London and that whole area, right?
Yes, no doubt about that. I'm trying to find the exact location of where that neighborhood is.
Oh, near the London area.
What do we say? Sunshine Hills? Is
I
that
think
what it's called?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So I found it on this map. It's on.
And while Jim's looking at that, we'll give you a rundown of what the radar is showing. We know we've got the cleanup. We're not even remotely to our cleanup stage yet. We're in search, rescue, recovery right now. Somerset, London. Here's what you folks are facing down here. You got another hour to an hour and a half of heavy rain, of lightning coming through, and the possibility of flooding. So that's what is into Laurel and Pulaski counties. Farther to the east, severe thunderstorm warning is out from Manchester into Clay County, toward Hyden into Leslie County, the Buckhorn area of Perry County. That is just to the west of downtown Hazard. That is with a storm that is ramped up just a little bit, and that extends farther to the south toward Barberville, Williamsburg. It is loud, it is noisy. What we can do to, I guarantee we got folks down there that are hearing the thunder, seeing what all has happened, and you're scared to death. So let's just walk you through this. All right, let's calm the fears. Let's go down this line and see what we are dealing with as of right now. It is mainly some straight line winds showing up. If there's maybe just some broader rotation would be in the eastern tip of Knox County, but that is about it. This whole system has lost some steam as it made its way toward the Virginia border counties, and not a single person is going to complain about this thing losing steam. We're going to complain that it didn't lose steam earlier. And unfortunately, it did not, and produced tornadoes into Laurel and Pulaski counties. So did you find our neighborhood down in here?
I finally found it, yeah.
So close to the interstate, is that what I'm looking at?
It's right off the interstate. It's on the western side. I'm going to see if I can get a little bit closer to it here on this radar view down there in Laurel County. Again, we're hearing all kinds of reports about damage, houses destroyed in that area, as well as Chris has been telling you, and that pops up there. You see that Sublimity City. That's right around where some of this was.
And that's where the rotation was going, right towards Sublimity City, just to the south of downtown London. And so, certainly not a surprise that is the area where we are dealing with the worst of this.
All right, and there it is, right there. Okay, that's it's going to be. I'm going to grab this. Let me grab that, and it's right in this area, right in here. Okay, I'm poor drawing with that hand, but it's right in the center of that. That's where we're hearing reports that things have been, quote unquote, destroyed. It's right here. It's this side of the interstate. Over here's the airport on this side. There's Philpott Road. And that runs just down from the airport. The airport is more in this direction, but right in this area is where we're hearing the whole neighborhood has been destroyed. That's what we've got there, but that's it.
And again, as we said earlier, Jim, there's, you never want to see anything damaged. A business that is empty, damaged in the middle of the night is one thing. A neighborhood that is leveled in the middle of the night is a completely different ball game, because obviously neighborhoods, that's where the people are, and at night we hope we got their attention. We hope and pray they were seeking shelter, and everybody made it through this unscathed, at least in terms of any injuries. Obviously, we know we've got some destruction down there. So again, we're just going to have to really, really hone in on this and keep a close eye on what all is going on in these areas. As again, you're not going to get an idea of it until daybreak, of the true devastation.
I want to go in and look at these again, because
take that back a little bit.
Take this back.
Yeah.
What we're going to do, we're going to be able to take you back in time here and look at the track of where the rotation was. Okay, it's this sheer tracks there, folks, but that tells a spin. Okay, we're talking about wind shear. So, all right, Chris,
let's do this.
This is at 10:30 tonight. Okay, this is the first one that's going through. All right, there's Ferguson.
Boom. Yeah.
Somerset, the actual city of Somerset is sitting, the full city. You've got the core of it right there. Okay, so it's right here. That's the first tornado that tracked through the area. That goes on out into Pulaski, County's eastern side and then into Laurel County. Right there's the border. All right, I'm going to line you up. I'm going to line you up here with London. All right, you see London right there? All right, let's watch the rest of this track. Then you see it moving along.
And it was stronger in those areas.
And it got really strong. Now, the only good thing about that strong there, it's out in a more remote area.
It's a more remote area, but again, if anything's destroyed out there, and chances are it was, you may not hear about it.
That's right.
Because it is a more remote area until tomorrow.
So then we follow along. There's Sublimity City. We've mentioned them a bunch.
Yeah,
okay?
we did.
Now, what you can see here, Chris, is the airport is right. Let me pull my arrow out again. There's the airport, okay?
Yeah, you see the runway.
There's the strip, and then here's the neighborhood that we've been talking about. So watch the track jump over this interstate.
Boom, watch it, yeah, look at that increase right there.
Right there, on top of the airport, right there. So that takes us through that one. All right, then what we can do now for you is we can back up and we can see the second one that could have very well caused more issues. It started closer to downtown Somerset, which may be the reason that Phil ran into all the issues he ran into.
Right.
Because
the second one.
Because he had issues on the north side because he is coming in from Lincoln County. All right, so we track this out. Now all you got to do, folks, and you just got to watch this right here, this pop right here. That's where it started picking up on spin that could possibly cause a tornado. Well, that moves through basically the middle of the city of Somerset. All right, now I'm going to back up a little bit more and go out here and show you how that track continues along. This is 11:55 tonight. Watch the other track there to the north. Now you're going to see one drop off. That one dropping off is because we're running out of time.
That's right,
It's going out of time. All right, now this next one is spinning along again into Laurel County and then jumps over, basically gets to the interstate and kind of weakens there.
Yeah.
You don't have the same characteristics. So that's what we've had. But look how far we've tracked the spin.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right there through Hyden and then getting in. Look at how spotty it becomes though.
Yeah,
in
it starts
Perry
to
County.
lose it. Yeah. It's very choppy there.
Yes. So again, and what we've done here is we've just kind of recreated the timing on all of this, of where and when these were likely on the ground. Now they will be out and they will assess and they'll do what we've been doing here too with some of the storm surveys, but they'll be out and they'll assess all that information that we just had.
So we're told, Phil Pendleton has said that he is, right now this is not a mass casualty event in Somerset. So, but they are setting up a makeshift command center for injuries, and he's been given a green light to get a little closer. So maybe here in just a little bit he can give us a first-hand view of what he's seeing in the actual path of where that tornado was.
I mean, that's where he's going.
That's where he's going. Yeah.
He's right in the heart of it, or will be. All right, so we'll be able to find out more. But he said again, not mass casualty.
Right. That is the word right now out of Somerset. No word on Laurel County or London.
Right. Have we been able to get in touch with Shane yet? Have we got Shane lined up, y'all? Oh, Shane's still en route? Okay. All right, so we'll hear from Shane here hopefully soon.
Yeah.
Again, Shane Smith, he's one of our extended members of the First Alert Weather Team.
Yeah, Shane's been with us for a long time, and he's a trusted individual. He was longtime WYMT chief meteorologist. I think he followed you up down there, right?
He did. He sure did. He's a heck of a guy too. Watching that Letcher County storm, Chris. Have you? All right. There's a little hint that it's trying to get juicy again.
In Letcher County.
Letcher County, headed right toward Fleming Neon right now. It may try to spin a little bit.
Yeah, that's where that one little indention was showing up on that line just a little bit ago as we looked inside that, right on top of Fleming Neon down there.
Yeah, it's right there. It absolutely is.
Yep, that's right on top of the border. But let's go to it. Let's go in and look at it. There's Whitesburg, the Jenkins area, Fleming Neon, Pike County up in there. And let's stop it and let us give it a look, Jim. See what we can find in this thing. Now, a lot of folks down here probably watching us on streaming
Right. They are.
right now.
Yeah.
Facebook. They don't really get us over the air this far to the southeast. But you see those little teeny tiny spins that are potentially showing up there. Little, not spins so much as they are kinks on the line. This is a straight line wind damage setup down there, but you can get a quick little tornado spin up right along and ahead of that. So that's what we are currently watching for into far southeastern sections of Kentucky. So hopefully nothing else is coming from that. As again, we're scouring everything we could find right now, social media wise.
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at everything. Yeah, I mean, just trying to find what I can find and assess. We've got a team of people up here at the station, that's continuing to work.
And so we've got Phil Pendleton, who's getting a closer look at the damage in Somerset, and he's going to check back with us here in just a moment. We got our guy Shane Smith down there in London, and he was heading toward that area that was that subdivision that was hit, or the airport. Do we know?
I don't know. I don't know because I didn't talk to him after that. I just know we talked to him before that, and wow. I'm just seeing some more of these pictures.
Yeah, that's
me. Just kind of gazing through these, and we apologize if we get quiet for a moment here, but again, we're assessing this situation too from afar as we see the actual reports come in. All right, we're getting information from. All right, right now, Phil.
Talking with the Somerset mayor.
Alan Keck, that's right.
So they're on site now.
So there it is. And they're all trying to get.
Yeah. So what we'll do is that we'll let Phil talk to the mayor down there and get a lot of firsthand information coming out of Pulaski County. Where the radio silence is a little bit is Laurel County right now, Jim.
Well, I just got, as you said that, I got another report from London, St. Joseph in London. A lot of people have been called into work at the hospital, okay, because so many people are being brought in there. So a lot of employees' homes have been hit. Some of them can't make it in. The interstate is covered with debris, and it's not moving very fast. So you've got a traffic impact down there too. So that's what I'm hearing from one of our former producers here, saying that is what she's gathering down there.
As one of the traffic cams that would be the closest to this out of London, so obviously the chances are that area of the traffic cam getting hit going to be slim to none. Here's a view out of Somerset right now with at least one of the cams we've got into Somerset. And obviously, again, Jim, the chances that one of the cameras were in the line of the tornado are going to be really slim, obviously. But we got a few more cameras down here in Somerset. I'm going to look through them all, but I got to go through and find them individually. So let's see, we can pull a different one up. Oh, same one. Yeah. Now we'll get a different one. Got the dark. So not really picking up on anything there into Somerset at the moment. Which is, you certainly don't want to see any kind of damage. You certainly hope and pray everything is okay, but you know that those damage reports are going to continue to trickle in tonight. Only one severe thunderstorm warning left in the tank. That is for that system we were just checking in on, that is down into the far southeastern corner of the state. But look at all the real estate under flash flood warnings right now, where you continue to see flash flooding from London, Somerset up to Estill County and all the way into Pike County. And we continue to populate this map with the severe weather reports of the day. And if you look out into western Kentucky, look at all of those. Tornado reports out of western Kentucky that are they came in a little earlier than what we've gotten around here, obviously.
That's Somerset. That's the first time I've seen this one. The cars flipped and everything. Yeah. I'll try to get that posted so we can see it too. But
All right, so London Dispatch says multiple calls to different areas for storm damage. Said there's just way too much going on. Didn't have time to talk to us, so we totally understand that. And yeah, we're all thinking about you guys, praying for you all. So again, Phil is talking to the Somerset Mayor Alan Keck. Okay.
Right, let's do it.
Let's talk to Mayor Alan Keck of Somerset. Mayor, first off, give us an update on where we stand with everything there.
Well, there's certainly a significant amount of damage, but we think we've assessed the area accurately and trying to control and mitigate it the best we can. Won't know the full extent of how severe until tomorrow, but it's undoubtedly impacted a lot of folks and been a scary night for our community.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mayor, any reports of injuries right now?
Nothing specific. Certainly want to try to not overstate, but calm folks. There's been a lot of misinformation, as is often the case. No known fatalities. And again, it's hard to know exactly the extent of the damage, but as of now, no reports of significant injury or fatalities.
Mayor, if you could, walk us through the area that you have seen. Which part of the city was impacted by this tornado?
It's the south side of our community, Highway 27 and Parkers Mill Road. A lot of significant damage to buildings, our electric co-op and others. And we've shut down the road, the main highway, Highway 27, on each side, probably close to a mile in each direction. A lot of structural damage, roofs, as would be expected in this type of incident. But it's hard to know the full extent until we get a little bit of daylight and get our heads around all of it. Also know some downtown as well. But the bulk of the damage has been on the south end of town.
Yeah, and Mayor, I would imagine it's an overwhelming feeling. I've been in an area that was hard hit by a tornado, so I know what you guys are going through. And I'm sure at this point, not only is it all hands on deck for everybody in Somerset and Pulaski County, but are you getting some help from outside the county coming in?
Yeah, goodness, probably. You'll never say more than we need, but we're grateful for those that are chipping in. But right now, we've probably got more bodies than we can put to work. And look, Kentucky's been devastated. We know that it's been ravaged east to west, and now in South Central Kentucky, my thoughts go to the folks in London. They've been hit hard as well. Candidly, it's hard to be grateful in a moment like this, but my first thought is gratitude, because the storm that passed over us could have been much, much, much worse. Yeah,
and Mayor, I know you're a busy man. We'll let you go in just a moment. If you could quickly, what do you want to say to the folks of Somerset as they get up tomorrow morning? What do you want them to know about what you need from them tomorrow?
Just be patient. Our emergency service personnel are working really well together. I'm grateful for the dozens or hundreds of texts and calls and messages tonight offering help. I can't get back to everybody. I would just ask, look, love on your family. Be grateful that it wasn't worse. If you need help, reach out. We're going to continue to assess the damage throughout the night and first thing in the morning. And, we'll get to folks that have an urgent need. If you don't have an urgent need, I would just tell people in our area, again, be patient, give some grace. There's going to be a lot of people that are up all night working throughout the evening and into the morning trying to take care of people. But, say a prayer for the people that are risking their life to help others.
Absolutely. Well, Mayor, we'll let you go. God bless you all. If you need anything from us, let us know, will you?
No, we sure appreciate you all. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Mayor. That's Mayor Alan Keck from Somerset giving us an update, Jim, firsthand account. As expected, the south side of the city, hardest hit.
Where the tornado
hit.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's where that was. All right, so Trooper Scotty Pennington down out of Post 11 down in London.
On our air all the time.
Right, fantastic guy. Here's what he's pleading for on Facebook right now. He says, London is requesting public assistance. We have numerous downed trees in our post area and require additional chainsaws to support our troopers and first responders and clearing roadways to provide aid to those in need. If you have an extra chainsaw that we can borrow, please deliver it to Post 11 in London as soon as possible. And we will ensure its prompt return. So they're going to take care of you. But they say don't try to remove it by yourselves or drive over any power lines like that. But they need your help. I mean, that tells you, that right there, the simple fact that they're pleading for that tells you the magnitude.
When they're asking for the chainsaws, that is suggesting they can't even get to these areas to see how bad it is or who's hurt or who needs help.
That's right.
They need some help, and with chainsaws, when the plea is for chainsaws, you know that's and Jim, as we know, down in here, you know, you get into some of the rural areas of Laurel County, you know, you're going to have some big trees across roads, and multiple spots these roads are going to be closed. And I guarantee you, a lot of folks on the other side of those trees that need emergency help are hoping that some folks come down there with chainsaws and help them out.
I mean, that's a simple plea right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. So if you've got one, you're down there, you can help them because you're helping somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the Mayor Keck there in Somerset said he had a lot of people there helping out, which is a great thing. You know, that was the first area that was hit. So a lot of people, Jim, automatically just took off, said, we're going to Somerset. And then a half hour later, boom, London gets hit. So now you've got London in need, and you may have Clay County in need, Leslie County in need as well. So, you know, our neighbors down here into southeastern Kentucky needing some help. And again, that was from Kentucky State Trooper Scotty Pennington, right?
Scotty Pennington, yeah.
Who's, again, been on our air numerous times so for the past several years. And again, a little plea for help down there into southeastern Kentucky. Severe threat just about to wrap up across far southeastern Kentucky. I know we are still trying to get some more information. May hit Phil back up. We're going to try to get Shane Smith out of Laurel County to give us a quick update on what he's seeing there into London. That's his home base. That's home for him.
He's right now at the airport. Literally just texted us.
Okay.
Let me see if I can send that up to somebody so we can be able to see it here.
So we're going to try to get him on video. I'm
going to ask him right now if he's available. I mean, you're getting to see the true raw behind the scenes stuff here, folks, because we're just trying our best to get everything together so we can keep you up to date. And we're still here, live, like we always are. So keep that in mind too.
Yeah, the worst of the weather is again just about out of far southeastern Kentucky. So that is certainly welcome news, and as welcome as things can get. So there you go. That's the only good news about the night.
Robert, I'm going to send you the video that Shane sent me. So if you can do something with it, I'm going to send it to you right now. So it's on its way to you. But yeah, here it comes. So Shane shot this video. When you get it, Robert.
So we got some video from Shane down there.
Yeah, so I'm sending it up there, and Robert can get it inserted into the system. So yeah, so she got it, and you know, we've got a great staff behind the scenes here. Again, they've done a great job helping us here tonight. Our news director rolled in here, you know, late at night, you know, beyond his normal hours. We've got Leah up there as well, our producer. So, and then directing this, probably Joe, I imagine. So we appreciate all of you.
Absolutely. The people you guys don't see that keep this ship afloat.
Yeah.
Are, you know, have done a terrific job.
And I've watched like 3 or 4 heads come in here since we've been sitting here. People coming to organize to get the coverage and to you know, to start the helping process. You know, I mean, that's what it's all about. From this point forward.
Yeah, and again, we'll effort that video from Shane out of Laurel County here in just a moment. But what we're dealing with is a radar picture that has that line of severe thunderstorms crossing out of Kentucky into southwestern Virginia. So Big Stone Gap down into the Smoky Mountains of northeastern Tennessee, Jim. Now getting ready to get in on the worst of the weather, but a far cry. All right, here's the video from Shane Smith. This is what Shane sent us. This is out of London, right, Jim?
It's out of London. This is near the airport there, yeah. So you can see, is that just gone? Is that what that is? Was that business just gone?
Can when we see a lightning strike there, guys, on that video, can you pause it when it hits the...
Is that a car?
That looks like something blown over the road there. So we're looking at multiple videos here. So when we get a lightning strike that lights this up, Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's a little hard.
that's a little difficult right there.
Yeah.
There's a different video, I think, that we were showing off the top. So again, that's from Laurel County. Here we go. We'll see what other. Yeah, look at that. If we could pause. Oh gosh.
Oh, something's leveled there.
Something is. Yeah, there is a lot of devastation right there.
Oh, is there another video below that, Leah? Is there another one below? Okay. All right. Yeah. So this takes us on down the road, I guess. From that
Look
thing,
at the poles.
the power. Yeah, the line down. The whole entire pole, not just a line. You know. Can't just. Hard to see everything.
And the videos we're looking at are from the Laurel County area, just south of. Oh, there we go. When that lights up, goodness gracious, go back. If we can go back to the beginning, when that lightning flash lights up, and you see.
Almost.
Yeah, we're close. I know that's a tough ask. So.
And we're not using our normal video tools. We're just taking it straight from where we got it.
Yeah,
you know?
and we're seeing this with you guys for the first time as well. So. That's what we're kind of seeing here, and that looks like, yeah.
Oh wow.
Let's see what we're looking at there,
I
Jim.
can't tell. I can't tell. I'm too far away.
Yeah, whatever that is on the right is not there anymore, obviously. You know, now, so what comes next in terms of knowing what we're dealing with? So for us, Jim, in the weather world, it's the Weather Service. We'll get down there and do storm surveys.
That's Shane's video.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
the airport there.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are hangars and planes.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I know. We've already seen one destroyed helicopter.
A medevac.
And.
Yeah, that has to be a hangar there, right?
I think it has to be. It has to be.
So the National Weather Service will get down there and do storm surveys to determine the strength of those tornadoes, which, Jim, will be no easy task because the track on that tornado stretches through multiple counties. From the National Weather Service in Louisville's counties down there, in Russell County, probably Adair County, through Pulaski, Laurel, Clay, Leslie, and maybe into Perry County. I mean, who knows at this point? It's dark. We don't, people won't know until tomorrow morning if maybe a little tornado skipped through
Again,
those areas.
The spin was there. We saw that. We saw that roll on.
Mm-hmm. So that's where we are as of right now, guys. For the folks up in the booth, do we know if we're going to get Phil or anybody else to give us an update at any point soon?
Shane has told me that he's being moved back.
Oh, okay.
Just like Phil's situation earlier in Somerset. So he's being moved back from where he was. He's going to try to get a shot set up here within the next few minutes.
We'll wait on that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So, and again, Shane Smith, extended member of our First Alert Weather team.
Right. Shane has done a lot of fill-in work for us through the years. He's part of the Gray Media family, even though he's not technically in the family at this moment, right?
Exactly. All right.
So yeah, the London part of this, Jim. I've had some folks that are sending me messages like you are from down there via social media and everything else, and saying that this area where this tornado hit, there was a roughly 60-member mobile home park.
Okay.
Near that area as well.
Okay, that's the first time I'm hearing. Okay.
So that may have been part of the area that got hit. So let's hope that is not the case. Phil Pendleton, what have you got going on, buddy? What can you tell us now after talking with the mayor and surveying the actual damage down there?
Well, I haven't actually gotten to the damage yet because I haven't been able to get to it. I have been stopped at numerous roadblocks and told to stop and wait. I'm actually parked in the Somerset Mall parking lot right now waiting on the fire chief to come get me. But I did talk to the special response team commander, and he told me that this is not a mass casualty event. Again, not a mass casualty event. He says there are a number of injuries, but they're still trying to extend the number of those. The main issue right now, it sounds like, is there's just so many power lines down. Now, this area where I'm at here, around light number 23, kind of give a geographic area, north of Burnside, South Somerset is where all this area is completely dark. All the power is out here. All the traffic lights are out. This is an area that no one is going to be able to have access to because of the number of power outages and dark traffic signals. And there are police and first responders everywhere. But again, still very fluid. I'm still trying to get a grasp on exactly what has happened here and what the damage is. And everybody, I guess, for the lack of a better word, I mean, they're just so busy. They're too busy really to tell me what's going on. So I'm still trying to figure all that out at this point.
All right, Phil. I know you're still efforting to get us more information as we just say stay safe down there, and we'll check back in with you here in just a little bit, buddy.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, stay safe. Phil Pendleton on the scene there. He is in Somerset. Jim, tell us what you're looking at from our maps down there in London.
Well, what I've done is I've just been moving around trying to find what you were talking about with that mobile home park, and there's one right there, and that's right beside the airport. So there's the airport, which has sustained significant damage.
Yeah.
We've seen video, we've seen pictures of that. So there is a mobile home park right there, and let me grab my arrow here for you. It's right here. It says a Finley Trailer Park is what it says. So that's here. So again, mobile homes, we always tell people to abandon them. So if there's a tornado in this area, I mean, there could be some real damage.
Yeah.
And real damage and real loss of life.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But we've already.
We hope they made it to shelter.
We do. We really, really do. But you're looking, as I look at this area of Laurel County, we've got, well, before I go into that, we've got Mayor Reddle from down in London.
Yeah, Mayor Weddle, what can you tell us about the situation currently there in London?
Currently, right now, we're trying to clear properties, houses that's been destroyed, multiple homes destroyed, trying to get people out of the debris. So that's currently what we're doing.
How bad is the devastation right now? And are there some rescues that are underway?
Yes, there's a lot. It's pretty bad down here right now. We have it ripped right through 363, came through the airport, crossed US 25 into Levi Jackson Park. So there's just multiple homes completely flattened or destroyed, and it's several businesses completely destroyed. There's only a few buildings still standing at the airport. So right now we're trying to see just how many people are just injured or have passed. So we do have some confirmed deaths.
You do have some confirmed fatalities now in London.
Yes, we do.
Any idea on the number that we could be looking at with injuries that you know of?
I could not give you a number at this time, but I know it is multiple people at this time.
Okay, so we can confirm multiple fatalities now.
We can.
God forbid, there in London. Mayor, what do you want the people of London and Laurel County and that surrounding area to know right now from you? What do you
stay
need?
home. Stay home. Be with your families. Pray for those that's affected. Pray for these first responders. That's the main thing. This community really needs prayer tonight.
Mayor Weddle, thank you so much. We'll certainly send you guys a little prayer, and if there's anything we can do for you, let us know, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Weddle confirming, Jim, just tragic news there of multiple fatalities in and around the city of London. That's the worst possible news, obviously. It's a punch to the gut.
It is, because what we've been able to piece together is neighborhoods that the tornado passed over, okay, and the airport. And these are heavily populated. There's a lot of homes there, you know, so that means the potential for there to be a lot of people injured or, unfortunately, now we're learning, passed. It has heightened quite a bit now. So, again, that was out of Laurel County.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously, the fear, Jim, is that, you know, it's not even 2 o'clock in the morning yet, okay? So here we are now with the mayor of London confirming multiple fatalities. Sun isn't even close to coming up yet. When the sun comes up and crews can get out and survey the damage, because this was not limited to the city of Somerset or the city of London. There's a whole lot of community in between those two, right? Where that tornado went, and rural areas that you can't even get to right now.
Yeah, and again, this is why they needed the chainsaws, because they needed to be able to get there, because, you know, the state police are already asking for that help too. So they've got to get out there and try to help some folks.
Yeah.
And that's where we are.
Yeah, so that is tragic news out of London and Laurel County, and you know, Jim, and the mayor was confirming that a lot of this is down the worst of the damage near the airport there.
The airport, yeah.
So we've heard from Mayor Alan Keck, who had certainly a better scenario.
He did seem to be, yes.
Than what the mayor of London was just giving us. So again, we know now, tragically, multiple people have lost their lives from a tornado tonight in Laurel County, in London, in the London area. The devastation, the amount of injuries, the number of fatalities, unfortunately, as the sun comes up in 5 hours now, crews down here are going to get a better idea on just the scope of what we're dealing with into Pulaski County, into Laurel County, and some of that may have made its way all the way into Clay County.
The tracks were there to keep going. And again, on the map, what we got Shane? All right, but on the map right now, before we go to him, this is where the tornado passed over, and look at all these homes, all these little spots across one side of the interstate to the other. Shane Smith on the phone with us right now. Shane, you're out there and you've actually seen some of this, some of the damage. You've been to the airport, and now we're hearing reports, confirmed reports of multiple fatalities down there. What are you seeing where you are right now?
Jim, I think confirming ambulances coming in and out of some of the neighborhoods around the airport and in the Sublimity area, especially up right on the north side of the airport. There's a couple little neighborhoods near Sublimity Elementary that have taken catastrophic damage. I saw deputies from the sheriff's department going door to door there searching for folks. It is, Jim, it is really bad. From around 363 just north of Sublimity down to the entrance of Levi Jackson State Park. We have power lines down along Highway 25. There's a couple of small businesses outside of or right along US 25 outside of the entrance to Levi Jackson Park have been destroyed. Saw a semi overturned. The airport has taken significant damage. It looks like some of the hangars are missing. It does not look like the airport should look. It's hard to tell if it's dark. They weren't letting folks get close to it. A lot of rescue vehicles out there. But it's bad down here right now.
Shane, the hardest hit areas that you've seen so far, obviously you're talking near the airport and just on the south side of London, is that right? And the mayor said toward Levi Jackson State Park.
Yes, correct. So for folks that know London, mainly around and
I don't know, Joe, if you
south,
that the web computer in there, okay.
Highway 192 is where most of the damage is concentrated. Probably about a mile south South Laurel High School, if folks know where that school is. Several homes in some of the neighborhoods around the airport are destroyed. It's rough. I've heard of some pretty rough reports up around 363 up near the interstate. That's where I'm trying to make my way up to now to check firsthand.
And Shane, we've had multiple reports of the interstate with debris that was blocking it. Have you heard or seen anything about Interstate 75 there? Because obviously this tornado would have crossed right over the interstate.
That's correct. I am actually up by the interstate right now. I can tell you, traffic is very light. It is very slow moving. I do see rescue vehicles going up and down the interstate right now, but it is almost deserted and it is very dark right now. I'm driving a road parallel to 75, trying to get up closer to 363.
All right, Shane. You grew up here, so to see this, I know it's pretty rough for you, and I know hearing these reports that we now have confirmed multiple fatalities, and we don't know the exact number yet, and we probably won't know for days. So I know this has got to be hard on you. We appreciate you out there getting this information for us in this very, very difficult time out there. You stay safe and keep us up to date, my friend.
All right, we'll do.
All right, thank you, Shane. Stay safe, and Shane, as you mentioned, he's a Laurel County boy, right?
That's right.
Grew up there in London. He's seen his share of severe weather, tornadoes into Laurel County, and Jim, this is going to be one of those nights that everybody's going to remember, unfortunately, for all the wrong reasons. In that, in the weather community in this area, and especially for the folks down there in the Somerset and London, and points in between, and points around. I know we're focusing on London, we're focusing on Somerset, because we've talked to the mayors there. Those are where you've got the best communication right now out of.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There's a lot of real estate in between, a lot of communities in between. So chances are, I think you said to Shane, we're not going to know the true extent of the injuries and the fatalities for a day or two.
No, or longer. Again, depending on how long it takes for these people, for law enforcement and emergency responders to get to these people.
Right.
Again, we're hearing so many roads or side roads, country roads are shut down because of trees. They're everywhere, and I can see that very easily.
Yeah.
I mean, you were just like you were talking. I mean, there's Mount Victory. That's in between Somerset and London, and we talked about it a bunch.
Twice, with two potential tornadoes that went through that same area of Mount Victory, and that area between Mount Victory and the 80 corridor up there just to the north, where we had all kinds of those tornadoes just kept going through those same areas. So,
right through here,
Acorn all the way into western parts of Laurel County. And again, the reports we're getting was from the mayor, so he's getting information from essentially the city limits.
Yeah, that's right.
Not outside of it.
That tells you everything right there.
And with the state troopers putting in, state police, the trooper Scotty Pennington down there putting in a plea for chainsaws, Jim, that just tells us they can't even get into a lot of areas to see who's hurt, or to get an idea of who we can help and who we can't.
That's all they want to do. Now, I mean, we're in rescue mode and recovery mode.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah.
It's gonna be tough. Going to be a tough stretch.
Tough stretch down there. The stories of of the folks that we've lost, the stories of those that are injured. The families that are left to pick up the pieces now. And it's going to be the devastation there. I'm telling you, when looking at the radar images, looking at the videos that we were getting of that tornado, at first when we got that first video in and looked at it, you're like, it wasn't surprising, but it's still jarring.
It is.
How about that? It's not surprising because you saw it on radar, but when you see it confirmed in a video, you're like, no.
Well, we haven't seen that in our area in a long time. Now, we saw it in Western Kentucky with the Western Kentucky tornadoes. But,
right.
I don't know those communities as well as I know these.
Exactly.
I've been to these communities.
We were just there speaking. We went through Levi Jackson Park less than a month ago.
It was less than a month ago. We were at Campground Elementary School and speaking to the kids there, and here we are. I mean, that's not that far away from where we were.
No, not at all. And And you know, and then our buddy Shane Smith down here from that area. So, yeah, I mean, that's all I can say at this point is the severe weather threat for Kentucky is pretty much over now.
It's gone.
It's gone. We said it would be by 2 a.m. Most of that would be out of here. There it goes. It's into southwestern Virginia, northeastern Tennessee. You see that on the radar right now. Still residual flash flooding and flooding issues. And Jim, I came over here a minute ago because I wanted to pull up the London airport, the observations there. They stopped at 11:45, between 11:45 and 11:50. It updates every 5 minutes.
Right.
So at some point, that tornado hit there based on the observations stopping between 11:45 and 11:50.
Well, I'm going to go back to what we've been using tonight to gauge history for us. I'm going to go back to these what we call shear tracks, and this just shows us the spin again, okay, y'all? Because this will pick up, I mean, right dead on where and when. Okay, so I don't have the timer up there on the computer. 11:47, it crossed the interstate.
Okay.
That's
well,
that right there.
The last observation from the airport was 11:45, and it updates every 5 minutes, so it would have been ready to give us another update at 11:50.
See, there's the airport. That says, well, it actually says 11:46.
Okay.
So that means right at that time. So
Yeah.
it got that last update in. There's 11:44.
And now that the observation site down there is probably destroyed.
Destroyed,
It's
yeah.
gone.
It's going to be a long time before we get that information again.
Yeah. So getting real-time information out of London in terms of weather is just not going to happen anymore.
But right there.
What was that?
What'd you say?
Can you repeat that? Okay, so we're going to have Phil Pendleton live on the scene in Somerset coming up momentarily. And of course, we've got Shane Smith that is over into Laurel County. And you know, Jim, it's a devastating night. You do this, and you know, we started as we put out a first alert weather day for this days in advance, but you get closer to it and you see the signs and you know what's going to happen. You just don't know where it's going to happen.
We don't. You don't.
Right. So we blanket the area with a first alert weather day. Then, you know, the Storm Prediction Center puts out tornado watches. Weather Service puts out tornado warnings. Which, by the way, you know, let's give them a hand. The Weather Service officers. They had those warnings pretty well covered well in advance.
They did. They're
okay?
really, they're great handle on it.
So great job. I mean, they got the warnings out timely fashion. Jim, I recall, you know, for the London tornado, you know, that thing was not even into Somerset yet, and we said, London, you're not under a warning yet, but go find shelter now.
We did. We saw it coming across the border.
You could see this thing come, and it just did not stop until it got to roughly Hazard. That supercell thunderstorm that produced the tornado in London, in Somerset, started producing tornadoes in southern Missouri. That thing tracked between 400 and, well, now it's probably more than 500 miles for the overall life cycle of that same supercell thunderstorm, because it's in Virginia now. Started in Missouri and is in Virginia. So that's where we are with this. So it's absolutely, you know, absolutely heartbreaking with what is going on into our into many of our counties down here.
I just got a message I was reading there on Facebook, and they said they're in Berea, and she wants to know, can I go to bed? Yes.
Yeah, everybody.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yes.
We're in the clear right now in terms of nasty weather. So if you're up thinking, oh gosh, is something going to hit? You know, I say that. Look at Columbia. Look at that big line of thunderstorms up there. That's with that spinning upper low that is going through the Great Lakes. That's going to stay to our north, but still amazing to kind of see that. Power outages. Where are we now? 173,000 customers are without power. And Jim, look at that. It follows that supercell thunderstorm with the worst of the outages from western Kentucky across southern Kentucky.
Literally
into the
does.
Southeast. It
Literally,
does, yeah.
It does. And how many? Go to Pulaski again. Let's see. We got 5,900 out of 41,000 tracked. So that's a lot of folks. Almost 6,000. Yeah, I mean, you're right there at it. And then Laurel County as well. What do they got? They're at
1,900. Well,
I imagine there's more. We're just not getting the full report right now.
But if you notice, too, one of the reasons you're probably not getting it, that picture we had of the RECC down there.
Oh, that's true, too. Yeah,
they took a hit.
Not getting the reports. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
So, and I'm not for sure which one that is down there. I forgot the name of it, but goodness. Just watching all of this unfold, and now we're still dealing with some flooding. I keep getting sidetracked over here, but I want to look at rainfall totals. And you're talking greater than 4 inches down there in Breathitt County in less than 24 hours. So, I mean, chances are we're getting flash flooding down here we're not hearing about because it's all about tornadoes and everything else.
And you've got a whole streak of those areas that are highlighted in those warnings too. Let me just go straight to warnings and show you what's active and what's left. That way the radar data is not interrupting it. But that's all that's left is a flash flood warning. A big blanket from Pulaski to Pike County. So that's what's covering up there. Hazard included in on that. Jackson, all these areas you were just talking about that had heavy rain. They are right now under that flash flood warning. There you go. There are the counties right there, Chris.
Yeah, that's a tragic deal, my man.
Did your mic die?
Yeah, I think it probably
your mic finally died.
It's probably done.
Probably have to have a battery. Wow. So again, the sad headline in the world of weather tonight, the mayor of London has confirmed, not a definite number, just multiple fatalities, and that's just coming from him and his area, which of course is the city. So this did spend some time out in the county as well, but multiple fatalities there, and we'll of course know more tomorrow and in the coming days. Because sometimes that information takes a little while to get, especially when you consider that they're having a hard time just getting to people right now because of all the trees down. Laurel County, no stranger to tornadoes, as are the folks there in Pulaski County. Both places know it all too well. The most recorded tornadoes in the Commonwealth, number-wise, are in those two counties.
Yeah. Seriously, we were just having that conversation about how London, Laurel and Pulaski counties are a little tornado alley in Kentucky.
We just told people that.
We did.
We did.
And then here tonight happens. All right, Phil Pendleton joins us now live in Somerset. Phil, what have you got for us, buddy?
We are here at the Pulaski County Technology Center. This is sort of a makeshift command center. I'm here with the Pulaski County Sheriff Bobby Jones and the Somerset Fire Chief Benji Howard. And gentlemen, what a night this has been for you all. And I know you all still do not know the extent of the damage, but I think it's probably an understatement to say that it's extremely widespread. Is it safe to say this is nothing like either one of you all have ever seen?
Yes, I've never seen that like this in Pulaski County.
Yeah, this is definitely something different from what we've had in the past.
We had heard that this was possibly some casualties, but you don't know that at this point, but there are some injuries. Is that what you've heard?
We've had some minor injuries, but there's not been any casualties we're aware of right now. Nobody said anything. We've started our search patterns, and we've started looking at certain things. The Sheriff's Department's been involved in that, and so has the fire departments as well. We've got county volunteer fire departments that are also out conducting searches on the west end of the county and also in the east end of the county.
When you come in from the north, it doesn't look like there's any damage at all, but when you get down here in light number 19 around the Somerset Mall, RECC, it's catastrophic damage. A lot of damage to buildings, a lot of damage to structures, the Speedway gas station, South Kentucky RECC building. Kind of describe what you saw when you saw the damage.
Well, when we first arrived on scene, our units when we first realized that we had extensive damage, we started looking to see exactly how far was the extent it was. The damage is severe. A lot of infrastructure is damaged here on the south end of the county. Churches, There's even some residences, but most of it right now, what we've seen some homes that are completely blowed out into the roadway. I know the sheriff's got some more information on that as well, but it looked like it just pretty much skipped across right here on the south end of the Somerset city limits.
Sheriff Jones, when you saw the damage, what was going through your mind?
Well, the first thing I done was seen the extent of the damage. I called all my units out, so I had the office, we're 24/7, so I called all the deputies out. But we've been blessed enough to have surrounding counties. I don't want to mention any by name because we've got so many help coming in from all the surrounding counties, the Kentucky State Police. So we just set up a grid. We went out and started checking residences that were down, checking those people inside, making sure they're safe. It appears that it started out in Nancy, came across through the Somerset area, and now went out to the east area. So there's so many roads that we've not been able to check yet because of the lines down and debris in the roadway.
What's the message to the people of Pulaski County right now?
Right now, it's the police. Please stay home. Don't be out looking at the damage and surveying it and everything. Let us get it. It causes more problems. We just need you to stay home and let us survey the damage. If you see something life-threatening or something like that, obviously call 911. Get it. We've got the fire and the EMS and the law enforcement ready to go to those locations where we're getting called to, but we're out doing a grid search, and we just need everybody to stay home so it makes it easier for us to conduct our business.
It's still a very fluid situation, right?
Yes, it is. We'll probably won't know the true extent of the damage until morning. Right now, the 911 center is feeding us what information they can. As soon as they get it, we're going out and checking it. Law enforcement and the fire departments are as well.
This area here is kind of like a makeshift shelter. I noticed people staying here, walked by some people praying out here in the parking lot. People are probably at their wits' end. They didn't expect. They knew that there was severe weather coming. Maybe they didn't think that it was going to happen to them. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are in a state of shock right now. Would that be safe to say?
Absolutely, yeah. They don't know what to do. There's 911's getting flooded with calls. They're overwhelmed with the calls that's coming in. So if someone has needing help or something, just continue to call 911. We'll get to them as fast as we can. But we're in the process of getting some people some lodging. No Mayor Keck and Judge Todd is working on that as well, working on getting some lodging for some of these people.
Anything else you'd like to say, Chief Howard?
No, sir, not this time. We'll get you information as we get it ourselves.
All right. It's still a very fluid situation here in Pulaski County. Again, just a lot of damage and destruction. And people, stay home and try to stay safe. And everyone will be able to get through this with you the best that they can. Guys, back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you, and thanks to all our first responders down there. God bless them. Jim, obviously they're describing the scene. Somerset, from what they're telling us, what the mayor said earlier, no fatalities they know of. Just a few minor injuries is what we were hearing right there from the officials. So that's great news.
That is.
On the other end, London, Mayor Weddle earlier confirming multiple fatalities. How many that we don't know yet. We won't get a number. Obviously, for days, one is too many. New video coming out of London. I think we got some new video we can go to.
Wow.
Goodness. Yeah, so here's some of that video. And
this is from the Sunshine Hills, which is across the interstate from the airport, okay?
Okay. So this was that. Look at the cars there. Goodness gracious. So these cars have been rolled, obviously.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you can
yes.
see that. I mean, even
is that a mobile home park? Are we in the
that I think that is a mobile home park. I think
too.
we're looking at that mobile home park, Jim, that you were zoomed in on just a little bit ago.
Well, look how close they are. Yeah,
those are
so that's literally right beside the airport.
Beside the airport. Yeah, that's where I believe there's roughly 60 mobile homes in this mobile home park. Whoa. Folks, you're seeing here, we're seeing this the first time that you guys are seeing this as well. This is a mobile home park there, and a residential neighborhood too, into the London area near the airport, where they took a direct hit from this tornado. And Jim, I was looking at the trees there that were just severed in two. Look at this. So we're getting this view. I can't say, are we still in mobile homes, or are those? Yeah, I guess we are.
I think we are, yeah.
Yeah.
I do think we are.
So you're seeing why you look at this, Jim, and you know this is in all likelihood where some of the injuries and fatalities are from.
I mean, you see them carrying
a stretcher,
the stretcher right there. They know.
So this is London. This is video we're just getting in. We're looking at this just as you are for the first time. And when you see that mobile home park, Jim, has in some parts of it just been leveled. Mobile homes wiped away.
I don't see anything solid left.
No.
In the video.
No.
Now, there might be, but I don't see anything.
Oh, bless their hearts. And you know, this is why, I don't know, do we have any audio?
Do we have audio? Yeah, there's something. Let's see what she says.
Yeah, we'll get back and see if we can get a first-hand account there from what look like some folks. We is this probably
what's your name?
Leslie White. She got scared, so we went to the hallway, and we were in there maybe, 2 minutes? Because that's the closest areas we have. And then my husband and my son come running in and pretty much jumped on top of her because you could feel the air and everything sucking, and it sounded like a train. And then we saw stuff falling, and next thing we knew, he said most of the house was gone.
So what happened after the tornado hit? I mean,
well, nobody had shoes on, so they went looking for shoes, and they went out and across the street. There's people injured. Of course, we searched for car keys. This was the only car we could find keys to, and it's almost destroyed. It's destroyed, but it started, and so now we're just trying to get out to get across town to my mom's basement. But my family's okay. I don't know about everybody else, but
well, your car is.
Yeah, it's pretty much demolished.
You bet y'all made it out.
Thank you.
That's the story right there.
Yeah. I mean, you're hearing a first-hand account on essentially, Jim, how they survived.
Hey, he's 7. Yeah,
the tornado that hit London, that hit Laurel County, and you know, I mean, obviously the young girl there is shaken up. You know, the lady obviously very, very, very lucky that family is that they all made it out in really good shape. And when you look at the damage there, when you look at that damage, you can, it's astounding to know that we're seeing it with lights. The people who were coming out of the rubble had no lights.
No.
They had nothing. It was raining, it was wind-whipped rain, and chaos they were coming out into. They had no light except the lightning flashing from the sky.
That's the only thing they had. There was a woman there just a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
She with a friend or husband, I don't know what it was, but carrying the dog off.
I saw
you
that.
know,
Yeah.
grab the dog.
Yeah.
And let's go.
Let's go.
So I mean that's what happened tonight. That's where we are. That's how significant it was.
So again, you know, this is telling video that we have out of London, and I don't know if Jim can pull that back up on a map here in just a little bit to give you an idea of what we are in the area we're likely looking at. So we're just going to let this play for a little bit because, you know, you can hear us talk about it. We can tell you about it. We can do this, do that. But this video, you don't even need to talk about it. You can see exactly what is going on. And when you look around, and essentially, you can't find much that is left standing. I mean, that is absolutely frightening to know that people were coming out of the debris. The ones fortunate enough to come out of the debris, Jim, they were coming out to absolutely nothing but pitch black and chaos all around them. They didn't have the lights you see here, and that, you know, that's scary stuff.
Terrifying. All right, we can show you the map here again, and this is, we don't know that this is necessarily ground zero for all the damage or all the fatalities or all that, but we know that there's a lot there. Okay, so what you see on the map, which is pulled up there, this is just a regular old street map that we use. Here's the airport, okay, and Shane said what? Maybe a building left, maybe
one. And I think if that video we had of the airport, you could see one hangar left. That was it.
That was it. All right. So now I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to zoom in a little tighter to where what could have been what we were seeing there. And again, we're not speculating. This is the odds are this is what happened. Again, you see the airport. This is the trailer park right here. Okay, right there it is. And we'd already heard reports earlier in the night that how many? 60
mobile homes are in that.
Yeah,
roughly 60 are right in that that mobile home park.
Well, I mean, I can zoom in real tight and show you that there are quite a few just from this older satellite image. Now, I don't know what year the last time this one was updated.
Right.
But,
because, and in a lot of cases, sometimes you get mobile homes that are added to it on a monthly basis.
Right, and this according to this, it's called Finley Trailer Park there.
Okay.
Finley Trailer Park, and again, right over here's the airport. All right, there you can see some of the hangars, and again, we're from what Shane could tell us, maybe only one left. One left. Wow. So we've got reports of that, and then we've also got some of the first video we got. It was right over here on the other side of the interstate.
Yeah.
And that was in this Sunshine Hills neighborhood right here. There's a school there too, Chris. I don't know if the school received any damage. I haven't heard anything about that.
I saw that pop up on the map at one point. Yeah.
I mean, right there it is called. It's not Plotting for some reason. It's got Ryan in the name.
Yeah. So here's the on that trailer or mobile home park, Jim. You have 58 sites. It's been there since 1975. And it's I mean, it's been there a while.
Yeah, it has.
Been there since 1975 with 58 sites, and chances are none of them are left right now. Based on that video, if that's the area we're looking at, we strongly believe it is.
Yeah, that's because that aligns with everything and all indications that we've had. Yeah.
Yeah, Finley's Trailer Park is the name of this down there. So we hope everybody made it out okay on Old Whitley Road. That's where we're looking at, right?
Right, that's it. Well, see, not only that, I mean, you've got the trailer park there, and that's what it's called. It's called the Finley Trailer Park.
It is, Finley Trailer Park.
So, but you've also got this, Meadow Lane Road. There's some homes there, and that's right beside the hangars.
Yeah.
So it's untelling, when we get to daylight, Chris. So what happens?
Yeah, and again, Jim, the only things we know right now is what has happened in London and Somerset. We do not know what has happened in between those two cities. We do know that tornado was on the ground between those two cities. And you know what, Jim? It moved along a very populated area, which is between 80 and what, the Hal Rogers Parkway, right?
That's right.
So we know we're going to continue to see more areas that are more rural areas that you don't have the infrastructure to get out immediate information. And, we heard the state police down there asking for chainsaws for folks because chances are you can't even get into some of these areas to figure out who's hurt, how many people are hurt. And they can't tell you because they don't have phones, they don't have electric.
Self-service may be scarce anyway.
And in the dark.
I mean, you're talking about communities. High Top, we mentioned High Top during our severe weather coverage earlier. So, I mean, that's a community. There's one
Mount Victory over there.
It looks like one major road right there. It's still probably a 2-lane, but it's a wide 2-lane. Is what what you can call it. And that takes you all the way out into Pulaski County.
There's a school there too near Mount Victory. I saw that just popped up on that.
I mean, look at that. I mean, so you've got a lot of communities, and we're going to find out more and more, as Chris has said. I mean, these are just areas that were in the path. And the best way we've been able to show people the path was by going back in time and looking at...
The sheer tracks have been terrifying and, an amazing tool at the same time.
It's helped us to figure this out, the locations and who had the most damage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you back in time. And you're going to see these lines start popping up here on our screen. You see that right there? That right there is that's our first tornado. That bottom line. There we go. Now we're starting to populate. So watch this run. Watch this run across several counties.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, there you go. And
boom. That's the path. So
that's the path of the tornado.
So everybody in that is going to have damage. essentially.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we're only getting reports out of Somerset and London. We don't know what happened in between. We don't know what happened farther to the east into Clay County, into Leslie County. I mean, seriously, those are, even more rural areas as you get deeper into southeastern Kentucky.
Let me, I mean, just for example, let me get you just outside of Somerset here, and we've got another live report coming up in just a second. But let's just finish this talk. All right, now this area that you see where it's passing over, in between Mount Victory and Somerset. Well, look, Chris. I mean, look at the terrain.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of homes.
Right.
It passed right through there as well. And all right, again, this area in blue, y'all, that is the path of the tornado, or where it was picking up the rotation.
Right, and chances are that's where the tornado was.
That's where it was,
yeah.
right.
So all of that area, we've yet to hear from.
Right. So.
And you may not until a day or two.
Well, I mean, again, I'll go in deep again with this, with the just to look at the population. I mean, yeah, you've got some roads here and there, but look. Gaps. You know, you and I, we grew up in rural Kentucky.
Sure.
You know, I mean, so we know this.
Yeah.
You know, you have to go to the next holler in order to find somebody. I mean, that's
right.
what this is. You're going from one place to the next.
Yeah, they're not hollows, they're hollers, right?
I
mean,
that's the way it is to me. I don't care what anybody says. That's what it's called. Yeah. All right, we got Megan.
Yeah.
We got Megan, that's right. Megan is live down at WYMT. What are you hearing this morning, Megan?
Well, we saw a couple of storms rolling through today, a couple of tornado warnings with some observed tags was what we were watching, especially in those early hours leading into your Saturday morning, and we saw quite a lot of damage. We were looking at the debris that was being picked up. I mean, these storms really tracked for a long time. We saw them well outside of our coverage area and then moving into our region as we headed into about that 10 o'clock mark yesterday. And again, we've continued to see them track through Pulaski County, Laurel County, even portions of Clay and Leslie saw some, pretty extreme damage as we went through that first round this evening.
And Megan, we know that that particular storm made its way all the way into Perry County. Have you guys heard anything out of the Hazard area or down toward Daisy? I know it was the track on that was somewhere in there. Have you heard anything out of Perry County?
We have not heard any reports specifically for Perry County, but here at the studio, we definitely heard the rain really ramping up as it moved into our region. It kind of broke apart a little bit in terms of the velocity that we're seeing, that rotation, and it kind of got downgraded into that severe thunderstorm warning right as it entered into that Perry County border, but we definitely heard it here at the studio.
All right, Megan, we appreciate it. I know you guys, you're going to have a busy morning down there, and thankfully the severe weather is over, and now you're watching for a flood threat too, right?
Yeah, we certainly are. We have tons of flood advisories around, a couple of flood warnings that we're watching, and that flood watch is still in effect until the early hours of today. All
right, Megan, we appreciate it. You guys stay safe down there. We'll check in with you all as obviously the morning wears on. And Jim, again, that tornadic supercell thunderstorm, it bears repeating. This thing started in Missouri. The tornado that hit London and Somerset started in Missouri. It didn't produce a tornado the entire way, at least we don't think.
Right.
But the storm had a tornado warning with it nonstop from Missouri to Knott County in southeastern Kentucky. That's about 500 miles of real estate of a continuous tornado warning from one thunderstorm, one supercell thunderstorm. It's incredible, obviously. You know, we know the Mayfield tornado, that was on the ground for an inordinate amount of time, right?
All right, now what I'm going to do is we're going back in time, and I'm going out to that Missouri section just to show you something here. Watch this blue area. Again, these are indicators of spin.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is 12 hours ago. This is about 2:33 today, and watch that line passes by Poplar Bluff to the north, then passes right around Paducah. Now we got, early on we had some real rough reports coming out of Paducah too. So watch the blue. I know you're thinking, well, that's nothing. That's spin. That was spin being recorded earlier on radar. Now, this is at about 7:57 our time. So you're looking at 6:57 out there in Bowling Green. This passed right over Bowling Green, jumps along the Cumberland Parkway, gets a little bit stronger as it heads into our area. Summertime kind of populated place. You're getting out there down by the lake.
Oh, yeah.
South side of Somerset. Yep. There it goes. That blasts on through. Let's keep watching it as it crosses the border. You're in a very rural area right here, okay? Very, very sparse as far as population is concerned. Now look at that. This then heads over 192, heads right for the interstate. All right, there's the Wyan School, which is what that
that's the school you zoomed in on.
That's
right?
the school I was trying to zoom in on. Yeah, it's showing it over there, but it's over there. And so what we've got, again, this blue area is showing us when the tornado was likely rotating. And watch where it goes. It goes right over the airport. Again, right here. There's the airport, all right? There's that trailer park we were talking about earlier. Now watch. The spin goes right over top of it, peaks a little bit there, and you get some intensity. And that right there, that track that continues on off toward the east, that's what we're looking at. I mean, if I can ever get that arrow to go away. See, and then it turns a little bit and then heads deeper into Laurel County and then on over into Clay County. So this, again, we're watching the track of that first tornado. I've tracked it from the middle of southern Missouri. It's still showing rotation. South of Manchester, Kentucky.
It's insane.
Gets to right here into Leslie County. This is where we start seeing some hit and miss stuff. Watch that. See it?
Yeah.
It's showing spin. It's showing spin.
Now it started to.
It's dying.
It was dying. It was losing its steam. It finally ran out.
Once you got into Perry County, all right, there's Viper. But watch this. Now it does try to go a little bit stronger again. There, you see that?
How far did it get?
Well, I'll tell you in just 2 seconds. I'll have to zoom back
so
out.
It got to the Virginia border and tapped out.
At the Virginia border. So it lasted somewhere from right around this area to the Virginia border. It was alive, producing warnings for about 500 miles.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. And you know what? I think we have video, Jim, of this same storm producing a tornado into southern Missouri, southeastern Missouri, just to the west of Paducah, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is that right, guys? All right, there we go. This is the same storm that produced the tornado. Not going to be the same tornado, but the same storm that produced a tornado into London and Somerset. This is what it looked like when it got its start into Missouri.
There it is, I-55 there in Missouri. And this video sped up, if you're wondering why the cars are going so fast, but it's sped up so we can see it
So
better.
you can see the rotation because it's rain wrapped back in there. It's kind of hard to see. But that's I mean, when you think about that, wow, that is the exact same supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado there in Missouri that, 400 plus miles later produced a tornado in Kentucky.
Right, a tornado that has leveled.
And at this point, a tornado that goes from through two counties like that, to me, is going to, let's call it a long track tornado.
Well, absolutely.
It's a long track tornado. I mean, that was on the ground. So, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or longer.
Or longer. Right. We don't know yet.
Well, you know what? We can get our own estimate. I mean, we won't know the confirmation until, they get out and they assess and they see where the damage is. But, just from our counties alone. All right. So it went from, if it's on the ground there in Pulaski County and then goes all the way to Clay County, let's just say that's the case. I'm going to go from border to border.
Yep.
I mean, you look at 65 miles.
Wow.
Wow. So that's a long way. It's a long way, Chris. And we've been here a long time.
Yeah. That's. You just don't see that often, right?
No, you don't. I mean, it has to be a very special situation, and today was one. And when we started talking, there'd be a major outbreak. This is an outbreak. Okay, that's what this is.
Yeah, it's right. It's a tornado outbreak, and it's been an incredibly wild year so far. And Jim, we're only midway through May. I mean, you think of the catastrophic events we've had. We just add we're not downplaying it, but add this to our list this year.
I know.
From the snowstorm and ice storm to the brutal cold stretch, we had, you know,
repeat flooding.
Repeat flooding. You had the disastrous flooding in February of 15. You had the tornadoes in early April, followed by historic flooding, second highest crest on the Kentucky River in recorded history for Frankfort. And now we're going to add this, not to mention all the other little smaller events through the, you know, through that time.
That's right.
So there we go.
It's been a rough go.
It has. For the crew up in the booth, do we have anything else we want to hit on, or? Okay, so we're going. Okay.
Check our text.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
We're going to go back to Phil here momentarily.
Well, let me stop talking for a second and go read a text.
Okay, so Phil's going to be back with us here in just a minute with Mayor Keck and Judge Executive Marshall Todd down there. So that's what we are going to be dealing with. We're going to get Phil for a complete update. Phil is in Somerset. So not only, Jim, is he going to get the mayor, but he's going to get the county judge down there as well. So we'll get the city, and we'll figure out what the county judge is hearing from out in the county on that path of that tornado, especially between Somerset and London through the Mount Victory area. So that's here in just a moment or so.
Somebody just pointed out to me, this is something I wasn't thinking about.
Excuse me.
You know, we're talking about it was impacting the Levi Jackson State Park down there in Laurel County. Well, there's also a big RV park, you know, and you know this is a weekend.
It's true. Yeah.
So you know you've got that in there too. All of these things that are coming, because we're getting to that time of year when people are wanting to do that and plans like that. So. Daylight is going to be tough.
Yeah, it is. Phil Pendleton joining us now via the phone. He's got the mayor, he's got the county judge down there. Phil, give us an update, buddy.
Yeah, I just had an opportunity to talk to both the mayor of Somerset, Alan Keck, and the judge executive of Pulaski County, Marshall Todd, and they kind of filled me in on the situation and just what's going on right now here at the Pulaski County Area Technology Center, which is in South Somerset, right across from the mall, kind of the ground zero, I guess you could say, of where all the damage and destruction is. So I'm going to get right. This is Somerset Mayor Alan Keck, and then right after that will be Marshall Todd.
It appeared to come right across our house. I've never seen lightning or wind like that at home. But again, all in all, considering and just knowing what other communities have been through with devastating tornadoes and flooding, in spite of the challenge, it's hard not to be grateful that it wasn't worse.
What, for what you know, is the worst damage? What's ground zero here in Somerset?
We're kind of standing on it. You know, this intersection and just a little bit east of us got hit the hardest. That's certainly where the tornado appeared to touch down. Our electric co-op got hit really hard, and of course they're mission critical for so many that are without power, and so we're working alongside of them to get them up and running the best we can.
Any idea on the number of homes? Are we talking about dozens, hundreds of homes?
I'd probably say dozens. I don't think it's hundreds. You know, maybe hundreds of properties overall, but not hundreds of homes.
And what's amazing to me is like I came from the north, and you come into Somerset, they're at 80, and a little bit further south, and all the lights are on, electricity, traffic lights are working, and it looks like Somerset's fine.
Yeah.
And then you get down here, it's like, oh my goodness.
No, it's a very narrow path, and again, it's I'm thankful. I think had this thing touched down and stayed down, it could have been really, really ugly. And so we're fortunate that it appeared to just pop down a couple times. I never want to say that to make light of those that were really, really affected. It was a scary time for anybody that was in the path.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think that's probably all I need for now. Anything else you want to add or something?
No, that's fine.
That'll work.
Thanks.
All right.
All right, that was Mayor Alan Keck, and I'm going to cue up here to Marshall Todd. He is the county judge executive.
Just make it short there.
Okay. Can you say and spell your first and last name?
Marshall, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L, Todd, T-O-D-D.
So, kind of the same question I asked him. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, I think we're a little bit of shock throughout Pulaski County that we've been hit this hard. Had a lot of severe damage across the county. We know the city's been hit pretty hard, but out in the county, we've had a lot of houses destroyed. just above Lee's Ford Dock on West 80. It touched down there. We didn't realize it just a couple hours ago that I got a call that we had some damage there, and I went in that subdivision. It's all blocked off. We've had 5 or 6 houses that roofs are gone, windows are gone, people are outside. Luckily, no injuries. I don't know how we survived the night without many major injuries, but so far we haven't had any reports of that. But we're lucky in a way of not having injuries, but we've had a lot of damage. It goes all the way across Pulaski County, probably 20 miles long, just hit and miss in different places.
And I don't know how what you can compare this to. I've heard some people say, well, maybe this is like 1974 or whatever. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I haven't. I was out in the area with 1974 when that one hit, or whatever year it was. We don't have the houses level like we did then, but we've got a lot of roof damage. As I say, windows blowed out, doors blowed off. A lot of damage, barns down, all the roads are blocked. We've lost power in probably half the county. So we've got a pretty serious situation, but we're just really lucky that we didn't have more injuries than what we had.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where the mass casualty, allegations came from, but I guess maybe some people were just thinking, well, all these structures destroyed or damaged, there's got to be people dead in there, that kind of thing.
We would have to think that because we had a lot of major damage, and usually with that much damage going on and flying debris, you would think we'd have a lot of casualties, but so far we haven't had many reports of injuries at all. So we're really lucky in that sense, but we have got a lot of damage, a lot of roads. Most of the roads are closed at this point, and we're probably going to have to get a lot of state help in here by morning and assess some damage and do a lot of cleanup.
Okay, I think that's all I need for now. Anything else you want to say?
That's great. We just pray.
All right, that was Pulaski County Judge Executive Marshall Todd giving us an assessment of the damage. Again, we are here at the Pulaski County Area Technology Center just off of U.S. Highway 27 in South Somerset, where there is a lot of damage, but according to local officials, no casualties at this point. Some injuries, but nothing more than that at this point. But the damage assessments will be very lengthy and ongoing, and a lot really won't be able to be seen until the daylight comes. So that's the situation here in Pulaski County. Phil Pendleton, WKYT.
Thank you, Phil. Great job down there. And, certainly everything we heard from the county judge, from the mayor of Somerset and the judge executive of Pulaski County, positive. On the reverse side, we celebrate the good, but we got to look at just east of there in Laurel County, what's happened. The Mayor Weddle there confirming multiple fatalities, looking at the damage, knowing it's the middle of the night. The worst news is yet to come in all likelihood, right?
It comes, what time is it right now? It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Almost 3 in the morning, yeah.
Sun comes up about 6:30, 6:30, and when we start to see that and we start to really assess,
Yeah, a tragic night, a tragic situation across southeastern Kentucky. And Jim, we were looking up stats a little bit ago. Laurel County, this is only the second tornado with fatalities in Laurel County history. The other was the East Bernstadt tornado that hit on March of 2012, March 2nd, 2012. 6 people died in that one. 6
people said, yeah.
Pulaski County, as many tornadoes as we've had, we've only had one tornado that was fatal. That was in the super outbreak in 1974. 6 people lost their lives in that one as well. So now, Laurel County, in recorded history, we just had our second tornado that had fatalities in it. That's, and I think this is the 18th tornado in Laurel County.
I believe that's what
since
the number
1950.
Said. And that number could grow.
Could, yeah.
As far as fatalities are concerned, and we could still get reports tomorrow from Somerset, Pulaski County, because we don't know.
Right,
it's
out
all
in
about the light
rural
of day.
areas. That's right. That's exactly right. And obviously, we've got, as you're seeing, crews that have, are down there in Laurel County, in Pulaski County. We've got crews that are going to be down there at daybreak. They're going to be there all day. Going to be gathering information. And it'll be one of those, Jim, that the folks down there, they're picking up the pieces for days to come. And for some families down there, how do you put it back together?
It's going to be, yeah, it's
You
tough.
lost family members, you lost loved ones, you lost friends. How do you put it back together? And you don't in a short time.
Very tough.
Right.
It is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, it's been a rough and tumble night. We appreciate you guys being with us. I know we've, if this thing were still ongoing, we'd stay here all night long.
Right.
We will have crews that are down there getting updates for you. WKYT News at what are we on 6
a.m.
6 a.m. on a Saturday
Starts
morning.
6 a.m. in the morning. So in 3
literally
hours.
3 hours from now,
Yeah.
we will have team coverage of the deadly tornado in Laurel County, the tornado in Somerset, and additional information that's going to be coming out of other counties too.
Yeah, and it'll pile in on us over the next few days.
It will. Thank you guys. We appreciate you being with us all night long. To the folks down there in Laurel County, Pulaski County, and those who were, who had to go through this tonight, our thoughts and prayers are with you guys. Hang in there. Take care.
We now join our regularly scheduled